Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. This is Spencer. This is my podcast, The Dictionary. Please rate and review this show. Just go to the Apple Podcasts or other places and, put in those 5 stars, write a really just nice, super fantastic review, and hit submit. Hit submit. And then I'll see it and I'll read it on an episode. What else? Follow me on social media at dictionarypod on Instagram and Twitter. And my email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. Go ahead, send me an email. Tell me what you think about something, anything. Talk to me. What do you got to say? If you want to come up with a joke for any word through the rest of the alphabet, go ahead and email that to me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Let me know if I can credit you, how you want to be credited, all that. I will try to remember to say your joke when I get to that word. There is a Patreon for this show, as little as $1 a month. That gets you early episodes. Anything more than that will get you exclusives, Patreon videos if they exist, that sort of thing. I would love it if you became a patron of the Patreon. There is merchandise. There's a merchandise link in the show notes if you want to buy stuff. If you love this show so much and you want to buy stuff with the logo on it, oh, that would make me feel so wonderful. What else is there? What are the other things that I have to say? It's been so long since I've said this, all these pluggy things. I think that's pretty good. Jonah and Tom made the theme songs. If I get more, if you want to make one, go ahead and send it to me. All right, I think that is good enough for now. So I skipped this episode and because I thought maybe I could get a guest, and then I thought, nope, I'm just going to do it. I don't think it would be very interesting for a guest because there's not very many words in this, so we're just going to do it alone. The first word in this episode is the first form of easy, E-A-S-Y. It's so easy. Adjective from the 13th century, 1A, causing or involving little difficulty or discomfort, as in within easy reach. What is within easy reach for me? My phone. My phone is almost always within easy reach for me. Very little difficulty to reach my phone. There's a lot. There are certain things. I'm sitting. What day is it? 7:04 Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. I'm in my work office. I have a lot of things that are in very easy reach, and I have other things that are within just regular easy reach. They require very little difficulty. Like if I lean way over, just minimal difficulty, I can get to some things. There's headphones and hard drives and batteries and other things. Anything past that, because I'm sitting in a chair, it would not be easy. It would be easy-ish, but it would require getting off of a chair, and who wants to ever do that? 1B, requiring or indicating little effort, thought, or reflection, as in easy cliches. Very little effort has gone into those cliches. Oh, I have lots of cliches. Better safe than sorry is one of my easy cliches. You know, it's a cliche because it's true. It's a good one. Better safe than sorry. That's what I always say. 2A, not severe. The synonym is lenient, as in hopes they'll be easy on him. 'Cause he did a bad thing and he's going to get a punishment. But he hopes that because he said, I apologize for the bad thing that I did, I hope you will be easy on me. I hope you will give me an easy punishment. Be lenient. Please, I'm begging you. I'm groveling. 2B, not steep or abrupt, as in easy slopes. If we're going skiing, I am going to need some easy slopes. Not hard, not difficult, not steep, not abrupt, easy. It's an easy angle and not a lot of bumps. 2C, Not difficult to endure or undergo, as in an easy penalty. Not difficult to endure or undergo. Well, I guess this is like the guy did the bad thing, so he's hoping they'd be lenient. Maybe they'll give him an easy penalty. 2D, readily taken advantage of, as in an easy target for takeovers. And another example that I will adjust this first one. An easy target. I didn't think of this one through. If you are gullible, you are an easy target for somebody to make fun of you. Did you know that the word gullible is written on the ceiling? Yeah, it's true. Go take a look. There's another example for this 2D definition. An easy mark for con men. It just means you're just you're not being safe. You're not really thinking. You're kind of maybe spacey. Maybe easy for a pickpocket. You gotta be not easy to be in. Try to not be an easy mark. Those are the words that I'm looking for. Be aware of your surroundings, of the people around you. I think those are all good things. Don't be readily taken advantage of. 2E1. Readily available, as in easy pickings. So would these be like fruits on a tree, easy pickings, or maybe the money hanging out of your pocket? Easy pickings, readily available. That money and that apple is easy. 2E2. Plentiful in supply at low or declining interest rates, as in easy money. So much money. Plentiful in supply, low or declining interest rates. Couldn't give you a better example than that, I guess, or a more specific example. 2E3. Less in demand and usually lower in price, as in bonds were easier. Again, this is the adjective, so the other forms are easier and easiest. Easy, easier, easiest. So bonds were easier because they were less in demand and usually lower in price than other stuff, I guess. 2F. The synonym is pleasant, as in easy listening. Usually we think of music as easy listening. Is this podcast easy listening? Is it pleasant? Is my I mean, I could make this way more chill, but I think it needs a little oomph. 2G. God, what? There's so many sub definitions for 2. This is the last one though. 2G. The definition is sexually promiscuous. Easy. It's just so easy to get that person into bed to have sexual relations with, because they want to do it all the time, or maybe they it's like, how do I describe this? I don't know. We're just going to move on. I feel like there's a little judgment maybe based on that. Promiscuous, sexually promiscuous, sleeping around a lot. Is there another word that we could have put there? I don't know. I guess we just have to deal with that one. 3A, marked by peace and comfort, as in the easy life. I lost my place. The easy life of a courtier. It's just a lot of peace and comfort. That sounds great. That's the life we all want. The easy life. Oftentimes, life is not easy. It's not always filled with peace and comfort. You got to do stuff all the time. All the time. Life is filled with just doing things. 3B. Not hurried or strenuous, as in an easy pace. I am trying to get myself to be more at an easy pace. I feel like when I record this and a lot of other times, my brain and my body are going at a not easy pace, a hurried pace. And I am trying to just be more chill about things. Slow and steady wins the race. That's another easy cliche that I think about all the time. 4A. But I want to say that I do these. I record these at not an easy pace. There's a good amount of energy, at least in my brain, and if I were to do this at a very easy pace, these would be very, very long episodes, and they're already longer than I would want them to be. It's because I say a lot of stuff. But, so I talk more quickly and energetically. So let's get going. 4A. Free from pain, annoyance, or anxiety, as in, did all she could to make him easier. I don't know if I've heard it used in this context that way. No pain, no annoyance, no anxiety. I am sure he appreciates everything that she did to make his life easier. I appreciate that when people do things for me. Get rid of my pain, my annoyances, my anxieties. Good luck. 4B. Marked by social ease, as in an air of easy assurance. Social ease, marked by social ease. Not sure what that means. We're being easy socially, just chatting. It's so easy. 4C. The synonym is easygoing, as in an easy disposition. Easygoing will be later this episode. Oh, I think I'm pretty easygoing overall. If I got plans and then plans change, I get a little flustered. I'm trying to be better about that. I've been getting better about that. But overall, I'm not very opinionated. If somebody's like, where do you want to eat? I'm like, yes, as long as they got vegan food, I'm easygoing. Let's do that. I'm wherever you want to go is fine with me. I'm easygoing. I got an easy disposition. 5A. Giving ease, comfort, or relaxation. There's no example here. Giving ease, comfort, or relaxation. Oh, it's easy. It gives me ease. 5B. Not burdensome or straightened. And that word straightened is spelled differently than I would think. STRAITENED. Usually the word straight has a GH in there, I think. So this is a different definition, maybe? Not burdensome or straightened, as in bought on easy terms. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this straightened word. I mean, maybe I am in my head, but not in this context, I think. Bought on easy terms. It was easy, not burdensome or straightened. 5C, fitting comfortably. Also, allowing freedom of movement, as in easy jackets. Oh, this jacket is not easy because when I go like this, it gets all tight in the shoulders and the back and the arms and everything. Well, don't do that. Give me an easy jacket. An easy jacket. It fits so comfortably. I can move around. 5D. Marked by ready facility, as in an easy flowing style. Marked by ready facility. It's facile. Isn't that, I think, Spanish for easy? So there's a connection there. Facility. Is it easy thing to do? Easy flowing style. So maybe when you're out dancing, you need some easy jackets, easy clothes, easy pants, and then you will be easy. 5E. Felt or attained to readily, naturally, and spontaneously. Did I read that right? Felt or attained to readily, naturally, and spontaneously, as in an easy smile. If this were video, I would just do an easy smile. It's ready, it's natural, and it's spontaneous, except when you talk about it and you plan it out and you say, this is a thing that I'm going to do. Yee, that's a smile. Easiness is a noun. Let's see. The etymology, it looks like it's from Anglo-French. Iser, I do not know how to pronounce this. That means to ease. It basically means, it comes from words that mean easy or to ease. Ease the pain, ease the things. And we have some synonym information. Easy, facile, or facile? How do you say this word? Now my brain is like overthinking it. Facile, facile. I think that might be it. Simple, light, effortless, and smooth mean not demanding effort or involving difficulty. All those words. Let's give more specifics. Easy is applicable either to persons or things imposing tasks or to activity required by such tasks, as in an easy college course. I once took an easy college course because I needed the credit and I didn't want to take the class, so I took the easiest version that would give me credit. It was like an algebra class, and I had taken algebra many years before that. So I said, I'm going to go easy on this one. Facile often adds to easy the connotation of undue haste or shallowness, as in facile answers to complex questions. Usually the answers are just the simplest, easiest thing. And I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Facile. Facile? That's got to be facile. Facile. Facile? Facile. Simple. The word facile is not facile. Simple stresses ease in understanding or dealing with because complication is absent, as in a simple problem in arithmetic. What is 2 plus 2? I think it's simple. Is it simple? Not simple to everybody. It's all relative. Light, L-I-G-H-T, stresses freedom from what is burdensome, as in a light teaching load. Just a couple of classes. That's a light teaching load. Not filled. Your days are not filled with classes all the time. You need a light teaching load. But if you want to make more money, you will not have a light teaching load. You will have a heavy teaching load. Effortless stresses the appearance of ease and usually implies the prior attainment or of artistry or expertness. Let's read that one again. Effortless stresses the appearance of ease and usually implies the prior attainment of artistry or expertness, as in moving with effortless grace. This is more physical. This is a dancer. Dancing came up again. A dancer moving with effortless grace. They have artistry and expertness in their body and movement. Smooth. Maybe the dancer is smooth also. A smooth criminal. Smooth stresses the absence or removal of all difficulties, hardships, or obstacles, as in a smooth ride. Maybe we're in a car ride, and it's smooth. There's no bumps. There's no difficulties or hardships during this car ride. No obstacles that we have to drive around. It's smooth. Possibly also boring. Another synonym, in addition to all of those, is the word comfortable. Comfortable. I like being comfortable. Sometimes we gotta go between comfortable and not comfortable. It's good to have that balance. Okay, we are more than halfway down this section of words, and we are finally getting to our second word. And so the sound effect I gotta make is going to be That's an easy sound. The second form of easy is an adverb from the 14th century. Number 1, the synonym is the first definition for the word easily, which was a few episodes ago. As in, promises come easy or easily. 2, without undue speed or excitement, as in, take it easy. Take it easy, man. Just chill. No, there's no undue speed or excitement is needed here. Take it easy. 3a, without worry or care, as in, rest easy, take it easy, chill out. 3b, without a severe penalty, as in got off easy. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo, that's the best. You're like, ooh, I was so sneaky and I did a bad thing and I got off easy. Nobody knew. 3C, without violent movement, as in the boat rode easy. They were not riding the boat in a big ol' storm. No big waves. It's like that smooth ride. A smooth boat, easy ride. Number 4, this is the number 2 definition for the word easily. But there's 2A and 2B, so which one is it? I don't know. As in the example, cost $500 easy. It was at least that much. Let's see. There's no etymology for this one. We finished it, so sound effect time. Easy chair. 2 words. Noun from 1621. A roomy, upholstered chair. I don't know why we call it easy. Is it easy? It's probably not easy to get out of for many people. Maybe it's easy to get in because you just plop right in that easy chair. It's very comfortable. Oh, we do see for the synonym information for easy, we saw comfortable. So I think that's where we're going with this one. And I think we're going to see comfortable again. Easy chair. I don't have an easy chair. Maybe someday when I'm older. 1621. What were they? What did those easy chairs look like in 1621? Maybe I got to find a picture and post it on social media. Easygoing. 1 word. Adjective from 1674. Looks like you can pronounce it a couple ways. They look pretty similar to me. Number 1A, relaxed and casual in style or manner, as in an easygoing boss. Their style, their bossing style, what's the word I'm looking for? Their controlling style, their bossing style, I don't know. The way that they run the company is relaxed and casual and easygoing. Everybody wants that. 1B, morally lax. Ooh, morally lax. You're like, it's just, whatever. I don't really care if you're murdering people. I'm just morally lax about the whole situation. Just easygoing about, how things should be right and wrong. What is right and wrong? I don't know. I'm easygoing. 2, synonyms are unhurried and comfortable, as in an easy pace. When I go out on a jog, an easygoing pace. That's the word that we're talking about. I like to jog at an easygoing pace. I'm doing enough to get my body going, get my heart rate up. That's really good. That's important. We all should be doing that. I should have done it this morning, but I didn't. I want an easygoing pace. Just something. Easygoingness is a noun. Easy street. 2 words. Noun from 1889. A situation with no worries. Oh, we're living on easy street here. We got no worries. We got money flowing. We got chairs to sit in that are easy to get in and out of and they're comfortable. We're living on easy street. Easy virtue. 2 words. I don't know if I'm familiar with this one. Noun from 1785. This is sexually promiscuous behavior or habits. There is an example. Ladies of easy virtue. You can think what you want to think about this one. I suspect that when this phrase is used, it's used to disparage people, usually the ladies, probably. And does this get used anymore? I'm not so sure. I haven't heard it. I will not be using this. But yeah, this seems like a degrading phrase. Oh, you're of easy virtue because you're so easy and sexually promiscuous, and that's bad. That's what they would say. Well, that was the last easy word, and we are moving to a new 3-letter section and our last word, It's the word eat. E-A-T, first form. The second form will be in tomorrow's episode. This is a verb. Let's see. We got other forms. Eaten, eating. It's from the 12th century, and it does show that there's another form, ate, but I would think that that would be the past form of eat, but it doesn't say that. It just says that it's a, or maybe it is, but then, okay, I'm reading more. Then in certain dialects or British, they say et instead of ate. I guess we Americans, we like to really emphasize that A at the beginning, ate, and other people say et. And then there's eaten and eating. So, number 1, to take in through the mouth as food. And then there's more, ingest, chew, and swallow in turn. What does in turn mean in this context? It's my turn to now ingest, chew, and swallow. Okay, you are done eating. Now it is my turn to eat. I love eating. I love eating. I love food. I love the tasting of the food and the eating of the food. And I'm going to eat some food when I'm done recording this. I'm going to eat an apple. That's what I brought today, yes. Number 2A, to destroy, consume, or waste by or as if by eating. That's such an interesting way to word that. I am going to, next time I eat in front of some people, I'm gonna be like, I'm about to destroy, consume, or waste this food. There's an example. Expenses ate up the profits. So not literally eating in this context. It's the profits are getting eaten up, destroyed, consumed, and wasted as if they were eaten. Also as in gadgets that eat up too much space. We got too many gadgets. Companies are making too many things that are pointless and just put waste into our dumps, our garbage dumps, and it's so much, I don't like it. They're gadgets that eat up. They're eating up the space. They're destroying and consuming the space, and then it all gets wasted. To be, to bear the expense of. Also, take a loss on, as in, the team was forced to eat the rest of his contract. I guess was this like a financial thing? Yes, bear the expense of, take a loss on. Oops, sorry, you're losing money on that contract. You gotta eat it. Put the contract in your mouth and eat it. 3A, to consume gradually. The synonym is corrode, as in cars eaten away by rust. Slowly but surely, they're being eaten away. Eat, yes. I thought I had something else to say, but I didn't. 3B, to consume with vexation. The synonym is bother, as in, what's eating you now? What is vexing you? What is bothering you? Lots of things are bothering you. They're eating me up. They're eating my insides. They're eating my thoughts. They're eating my brain. It's all a metaphorical eating here. Number 4, to enjoy. By the way, hold on. I got to backtrack a second. I didn't see this, but we are all of this has been transitive so far. Okay, we're almost done with transitive verbs. Number 4, to enjoy eagerly or avidly. The synonym is lap, and this is used with the word up, as in, it was an amazing performance, and the crowd ate it up. They lapped it up. They consumed it, and they were so avid and eager about it. They loved it. I assume that you are all eating this podcast up. Number 5. Oh, yes, here we go. Didn't even think about this. This is usually vulgar, and it means to perform fellatio or cunnilingus on, and it says it is often used with the word out. So eat out. Now, I have always thought that this was specifically cunnilingus, which would be when we did describe this. If you want to hear me talk about that back in the CUN section, go ahead. This is performed on somebody who has the female genitalia. It is when a mouth is used on those parts. But I don't know if I've ever heard it used for fellatio, which is when the mouth is used on the male sexual genitalia. So that's a little bit odd to me. Maybe I've heard it used that way before. I don't know. But usually it's the other way around. But I guess technically at some point somebody used it for both fellatio and cunnilingus. So you can use it in both ways, both contexts. And so if you are of a certain age or maturity level, either really mature or really not mature, I guess that's up to you. Sometimes when people say, let's go eat out, they're talking about just going out to a restaurant, but it has this other meaning that we have in our head. And so it's like, oh, there's a little chuckle. I got a little chuckle because of this phrase. Usually vulgar. That's up to the eye of the beholder, I think. Yeah. Do you think eating out is vulgar, fellatio, cunnilingus? These are, I personally, I don't think so, but, some people do. Okay, we are now moving into the intransitive verb definitions and then some phrases. So, number 1, to take food or a meal. Just to take it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to pick it off the table and take it. I'm going to take that food. And then I'm going to eat it. 2, to affect something by gradual destruction or consumption. And this is usually used with the words into, away, or at, as in, the loss was really eating at her. It's just consuming her every thought. Because she lost the game, it was all her fault. Also as in, the controversy ate into his support. I love to say, he did a bad thing. It's just the easiest way. He did a bad thing, so he had some controversy, and then he lost support. Maybe he's a political contestant on The Price is Right. Eater is a noun, and now we got some phrases. Eat alive, 2 words. And that means to defeat, conquer, or overwhelm completely. The synonym is crush, as in, was eaten alive by the competition. Oh, they just destroyed me, defeated me, conquered me, crushed me, overwhelmed me completely, eaten alive. It's as if they were literally eating me. They beat me down, and they could have eaten me. They could have performed cannibalism on me if they so chose, but they did not. Eat one out of house and home, and this means to consume more than one can easily provide or afford. Come into my house, and then you eat all my stuff, and I cannot provide you any more food or things, so you have eaten me out of house and home. You don't eat my house. Stop eating my house. I don't live in a gingerbread house. You're eating plaster. Okay, another phrase. Eat one's heart out. Number 1, to grieve bitterly. And number 2, to be jealous. Eat one's heart out. Ooh, this is like, you're like, eat your heart out. Well, this is a weird phrase. Eat your heart out. Well, you would say this, I mean, in the jealousy one, that's, I think, where I'm more familiar with this. Eat your heart out. I've got a thing. You want this thing. Eat your heart out. Why is this phrase? Eat one's heart out. Eat what? Heart? You're eating your heart? Why? This is so metaphorical and weird. And then to grieve bitterly. That's the first definition. If you're so sad about a thing, you're eating your heart out. This is an interesting one. I think maybe we need to put a link in the show notes but the etymology of this phrase. Eat one's words. And this means to retract what one has said. If you could catch the words that came out of your mouth, you're like, oh crap, I didn't mean to say those words. I got to eat my words. Or there's other context, but that's basically the idea. Like, oh, I want to grab them and put them back in my mouth. and eat them so nobody will ever see. Eat out of one's hand. And this means to accept the domination of another. Ooh, I got them eating out of my hand because they love me so much and I can dominate over them. They're going to eat out of my hand, metaphorically, possibly literally. Eat someone's lunch. This is the last phrase, and it means to deprive of profit, dominance, or success. So you are not letting somebody else have any profits or dominance or success. So you kind of have dominance over them, and you are eating their lunch. Don't you hate it when you're in the office and you got your lunch in the fridge? It's got your name on it and everything, and then someone eats it. I guess they're trying to show their dominance over you. I have not eaten, but I think I have had people throw away my lunch at work because they thought it was old, and it wasn't, and I got very frustrated. All right, that is the end of all of the words. So today we had easy chair, easy going, easy street, easy virtue, and eat. I think I'm debating between easy chair and easy going. I definitely feel like I am easy going. I would like an easy chair. I think it's good to be easy going. It's good to be easy going. It's good to be easy going. We're singing a song about easy going. We're just so chill and relaxed. Yeah. Hey, that was a song about easy going. And that's it for the words, and I'm going to quickly talk about another movie I saw. Oh, I realized the reason I have Labyrinth on here twice, because, and I sort of skipped over it in the, actually, we're all getting backwards here. This episode is airing before tomorrow's episode, which is where I talked about Labyrinth I mentioned and The Wiz. So you know what? We're just going to talk about Labyrinth here because it actually works out perfectly. I was on a plane going to Europe for work, and I was watching a movie, and the sound crapped out on me. It was the Batman, and the sound crapped out about 30 minutes until the end. I don't know what happened. It was just on my little seat monitor thing. And so I put on Labyrinth because I have seen that movie countless times. I had just seen it a week or two before with the Goblin King Players at the Music Box Theater in Chicago, which was amazing. And so I know this movie so well. I was like, I can visually enjoy this, and I can hear everything in my head. There were times when I had this on the plane, and I literally thought that I heard words and music happening. I didn't. There were none. I checked the headphones multiple times. But no, I just in my head, because I know it so well, I can just like hear all of it. I was like reciting things in my head. So Labyrinth. Oh my God, if you've never seen Labyrinth, it's ridiculous and fun and goofy and silly and beautiful and amazing. Hey, that's the end of this long episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. My name is Spencer. Today is, June 20th, 7:03 a.m. I'm in my work office. You're going to hear similar times and locations probably for a long time when I do that, when I say where I am, what I'm doing, what time is it? It's going to be pretty common. All right, we got to get into these words. I'm skipping the previous episode in the very, very tiny hopes that I could maybe get a guest. We'll see what happens. We'll see. All right, the first word in this episode is the second form of the word eat, E-A-T. Noun from before the 12th century. It's a noun. It's a noun. Have you ever heard of a noun being called an eat? It's just something to eat. Something to eat is eat. The synonym is food. This is usually used in plural, so we would say eats. Oh, I gotta go get me some eats. It's food. It's eating time. I want some eats in my face. This is from the Middle English et, E-T. Maybe they said eat. from the Old English aet, which also might have been pronounced eat or ate. It is akin to the Old High German as or as, which means food. It's a derivative from the root of the first form of the word eat. So that's what it means, eat. And then it looks like we had some different etymology for the verb form of the word eat in the previous episode. I want some eats. I love to eat. Give me some eats so I can eat it. Baby, eat it. Get yourself an egg and beat it. All right, I got to do a sound effect, so we're just going to make a chomping and eating sound. The next word is the first form of eatable. Adjective from the 14th century. This is fit or able to be eaten. I hope those eats are eatable, 'cause I'm gonna eat 'em. The second form of eatable is a noun from 1672. 1. Something to eat, which is literally the exact same definition as the word eat. So eats are eatable. And number 2 is plural, so eatables, and the synonym is food. Food, 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 glorious food. Eatables and eats. So many ways to say things that can be eaten. They are eatable, so they are eatables. Ooh, and I'm getting hungry, so I need some eats soon. Eatery. Noun from 1901. The synonyms are luncheonette, which is a fun word to spell. Lunch. Did I spell it right? Lunch, lunch. And then we got the letters Eonette. Luncheonette. And the other synonym is restaurant. Just a place to eat some eatables at an eatery. The next word is eth. Eath. This one is an adverb or adjective from before the 12th century. It is Scottish, and the synonym is easy. Easy. So if something is easy, they say it's eth, right? Yeah. The etymology, it is from Old High German odi, which means easy. And then, of course, it went to Old English and Middle English, and then Scottish English. Scottish English. Eth. Yes, the previous episode had the word easy. There's a lot of definitions, a big old chunk of synonym information. I haven't read any of it yet, so we'll see what that says. I'll see what it says later. You will see what it says before, and you won't see anything. You'll just hear it. Okay, the next word. Eating. I'm eating eats at an eatery. This is an adjective from the 15th century. 1. Used for eating, as in eating utensils. Eating, it's describing things related to eating. I like my eating utensils. My fingers are my natural eating utensils. Can I call my mouth an eating utensil? It's used to eat food, but it's where's the line? Where do we draw the line? Number 2, suitable to eat, as in the finest eating fish. It can be eaten. It's an eating fish. I don't eat the fish. But then also it says suitable to eat raw, as in an eating apple, opposed to an apple that is not an eating. What kind of apple? Suitable to eat raw. So apples you can eat raw. I was actually just thinking this morning about how we don't usually, when we buy apples at the store, we don't usually wait until they're ripe. I'm sure they do ripen when you take them home, but you can eat them right away. You know, the avocados that I get at the store, you gotta wait for those to ripen up a bit. Depending on the bananas you get, you might have to wait for those to ripen up too. Apples, they're eaten apples because you can eat them raw. You don't need eating utensils for them. Eating disorder. 2 words, noun from 1984. This is a very, very big topic, and I will definitely put a link in the show notes for eating disorder. So it is any of several psychological disorders, as anorexia nervosa or bulimia, characterized by serious disturbances of eating behavior. So both of those specific kinds, anorexia nervosa and bulimia, those start with A and B, and so I've already discussed those. So I don't need to spend a lot of time on this. This is just the general idea of an eating disorder. This is the overarching topic of this. So, you're either going to eat a lot, maybe eat a lot and throw up, maybe not eat a lot, and I'm sure there's like tons and tons of probably sub-versions of all these different types of psychological disorders. But, those are the big ones. Not eat a lot so you can be very skinny, or eat a lot and then throw up so you can also stay skinny. It's all about having a maybe not the most healthy relationship with food. And I think a lot of people, they might not be clinically diagnosed with an eating disorder, but I think a lot of people probably have something. I think, especially these days, we all have sort of weird relationships with food, and it takes some work. It takes some work to get past that. I love food, and I have to sometimes stop myself from eating food. But sometimes, if I'm at a get-together, just like a couple days ago, it was Father's Day, and I was with my family, and there was a lot of good food there, and it's really hard to stop eating. It is. So I wouldn't say that I have an eating disorder, but sometimes, certain situations, I just go a little overboard, and I don't throw up or anything like that, but I definitely don't feel good, and so I have to make sure that I start eating better over the next week, and I am currently in that situation. But I also have donuts that I don't want to go to waste, so I'm gonna be eating donuts, but I'm trying to work out more, so it's a hard thing for everybody, I think. All right, enough about that. That was the end of the EAT section. No more eat words. We are now moving to EAU, and then we got some other ones too coming up. Okay. The next word is eau de cologne. This is 3 words. Word 1, EAU. Word 2, DE. Word 3, COLOGNE. Eau de cologne. Noun from 1802. The plural would be eaux de cologne. EAUX, eaux de cologne. So the synonym is just cologne, COLOGNE, which, that's just the stuff that you put on your body to make you smell nice, right? Is there another spelling of cologne that I am not familiar with? Let's just do a quick look back just to confirm. I think it's got to be this nice smelling stuff, I think. Wow, we really got to go far back to get to COL. Here we go, COLO. And how do we spell this word again? GNE. Oh, we got to go back another page, it looks like. Let's see, COLOGNE, COLOGNE. It's right here. Yes, a perfumed liquid or a cream or a paste. Yeah, that's what it is. And so the etymology, why is this called cologne or eau de cologne? It literally means cologne water, and it is from Cologne, Germany. But the phrase is French, eau de cologne, but Cologne is from Germany. So maybe did the water in Cologne, Germany smell so nice that people just started putting it on them's bodies? That's so interesting. I think we need to put a link in the show notes for the invention of cologne and all this stuff. That sounds great. Chomp chomp. The next word is eau de parfum. Oh, this is a fun word, fun way to say this. Parfum. Now it sounds like it ends in an FAN. Eau de parfum. That's sort of how the pronunciation is spelled, but it is spelled. That third word is PARFUM. I would want to say eau de parfum, but it's eau de parfum. This is a noun from 1949. We have a couple ways to do the plural. Again, we say eaux de parfum or eau de parfums. We added an S at the end. But there's another one where you combine them together. Eaux de parfums. Okay, this is a perfumed liquid containing a percentage of fragrant oils that is lower than that in perfume, but greater than that in eau de toilette. And we're going to talk about that in the next word. But how does it compare to eau de cologne? That is what I want to know. Yes, this is a French phrase, and it literally means perfume water. Perfume water. But there's not as much fragrancy stuff than in perfume, but more than in this next word, eau de toilette. And yes, of course, we Americans, we think this is a funny phrase, funny word. Why is toilet in there? What is it? Okay, looking at the pluralizations, it's the same stuff. Eaux de toilette, or eaux de toilettes, or eau de toilettes. Okay, it is a noun from 1907, and it is a perfumed liquid containing a lower percentage of fragrant oils than is contained in ordinary perfume or eau de parfum. It's also called toilet water. Oh my God. Do we really call it that? Okay, so the level of fragrant oils in a liquid from lowest to highest is eau de toilette, and then eau de parfum, and then just perfume. And eau de cologne is not in this mixture whatsoever. The French phrase means water for washing and dressing. So I guess, so can you use this to literally wash yourself? Or maybe when you're getting dressed, you're like, I smell better because I took a shower and I washed myself, but it's still not as good as I would like. So I'm going to put a little toilet water on myself. And then I'm going to smell okay. I don't want to smell super fragrant, just a little fragrant. Those are some fun French phrases. Next is eau de vie. Eau de vie. 3 words with hyphens, EAU-DE-VIE. Noun from 1683. The plural is eaux de vie. And it's nothing to do with perfumes. It is a clear brandy distilled from the fermented juice of fruit, like pears or raspberries. And this sounds really tasty. I want some eau de vie. French phrase literally means water of life. It's a translation of the Middle Latin phrase aqua vitae. Vitae, I think that's how we say it. And so I guess the idea is that people thought, or think, maybe still think, that liquor will give you life. And it's water, but it's not water. It's not water at all. It's just the liquid that gives you life. Eau de vie. I wonder how it became very specifically this one type of brandy. I guess maybe they got to the name first, these brandy makers. And so nobody else is allowed to call their liquors eau de vie. None of the other ones will bring you life. Just this clear brandy. Sounds tasty. I want some. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, we are in the EAV section with the first word of them, which is Eve. E-A-V-E. Noun from before the 12th century, number 1. the lower border of a roof that overhangs the wall. And this is usually used in plural, eaves. Do you like to say roof or roof or something else? So this is just the part of the roof that hangs over the wall, and it's called the eaves. It's where the gutter is. The gutter is hanging out on the eaves. Number 2, a projecting edge, as of a hill. This is also usually used in plural. So what? A hill has an edge that projects over something? I don't know. That's the whole idea. It's something that projects over something else. The etymology might help. This is from the Middle English, eaves, E-V-E-S. It says it's singular, or maybe the singular version of that is where eve comes from. From Old English, ifs with an F, akin to the Old High German obasa, which means portico. Also from the Old English up, which means up, and there's more at the word up. So the eaves are up there, projecting over the wall. Over our head is the eaves. Ow, ow. Eavesdrop is next. One word, eavesdrop. This is an intransitive verb from 1606. To listen secretly to what is said in private. And eavesdropper is a noun. Ooh, it's so fun to be an eavesdropper at a restaurant. You got to be careful what you say when you're in a restaurant because you are not at all in a private place. Everybody can hear what you say. I remember being at a restaurant and there was an older couple in the booth next to us they were having a super serious conversation. I feel like they were on the verge of a divorce or something. It's like, why are you having this conversation in a restaurant? But ooh, we love the gossip. We love to hear what people got to say. Okay, it's probably a back formation from the word eavesdropper, which literally means one standing under the drip from the eaves. This is an interesting etymology. So if you're, I guess it's like you're standing outside under the eaves, the gutter is dripping on your head, but it's the best place that you can stand to listen through the open window of people having a private conversation. You are being a super creeper in this situation. It's literally the eaves are dropping their drips on you while you are listening to secret conversations. So you are an eavesdropper, and then the act of doing this is eavesdrop. I never thought about the etymology for that one. That's good. Eaves trough. Yes, eaves trough. 2 words. Noun from 1851. The synonym is the 1A definition for the word gutter. So, assuming your roof has gutters on it, you can also call them eaves troughs because they are the troughs that carry the water and get filled with leaves, and they're at the end of the eaves. Oh, the leaves and the eaves. Eaves trough. Here is the beginning of the EB section, which is only going to go a bit into the next episode. So here we go with EB, all caps, abbreviation for eastbound. Let's go eastbound. We had eastbound. Yes, we did. It's just traveling or heading east. Here is the first EBB word, ebb. First form, noun from before the 12th century. 1. The reflux of the tide toward the sea. So you talk about like ebbs and flows. So wait, which is which? The reflux of the tide toward the sea. So wait, is it going toward the sea or is it coming back after it went toward the sea? Ebbs and flows and ebbs and flows. I don't know which it is, but it seems like it should be when the tide's coming back. It's ebbing? I don't know. Maybe some of these other definitions will help. 2. A point or condition of decline. There we go. It is receding away. As in, our spirits were at a low ebb. Down in the dumps. Things are going lower and lower. It's a decline. This is from, Middle Dutch, ebb, with an E at the end, which means ebb, from Old English. What's the Old English word of, O-F? They might have said off, and that means from, and there's more at the word of. So, but from, things are coming from a thing, but it's going to a thing. The ebbing is going away, not from. That is a little bit odd. The second form of ebb, this is the intransitive verb from also before the 12th century. 1. To recede from the flood. The flood, as the water just goes away, goes into the sewer, seeps into the dirt, feeds the plants. It is receding away. It is ebbing. 2. To fall from a higher to a lower level, or from a better to a worse state, as in his popularity ebbed. I think a lot of famous people, famous in whatever way they're famous, I think their popularity tends to ebb and flow, and sometimes it goes up, and sometimes it goes down, and when it is going down, it is ebbing. There's a synonym. It's the word abate. A-B-A-T-E. Abate. Also similar idea of going away, declining. Ebb, tide. 2 words. Noun from 1782. 1. The tide while ebbing or at ebb. So the tide, it comes and goes. It comes in and everything, there's a whole bunch of water, and then the boats go up and the animals get all very happy. And then at another part of the day, the tide goes away, and it is an ebb tide. That's the time of the tide when it's ebbing. 2. A period or state of decline. All right, EBC, all caps, abbreviation for Educational Broadcasting Corporation. I don't think I've ever heard of this EBC, the Educational Broadcasting Corporation. It seems like it would be like Sesame Street would be a part of this, but they have the Children's Television Network, and I think that they're part of something else. But yeah, Educational Broadcasting Corporation. I don't know about that one. We got 6 letters. EBCDIK, but you do pronounce it Ebsidic. You can pronounce it Ebsidic or Epsidic. I don't know how the P sound got in there because there's no P in all those letters. So Ebsidic seems like the more correct way to say this. Ebsidic. This is a noun from circa 1966, and it is a code for representing alphanumeric information as on magnetic tape. And of course, yes, it does stand for things. So this is, when computers were first getting started, they needed a programming language to represent that, the numbers and letters and things. And I don't know how it works, but it stands for Extended Binary Coded Decimal Interchange Code. So E extended, B binary, C coded, D decimal, I interchange, and C code. Ebsidic, or maybe some people like to say Epsidic for some weird reason. It's a lot easier to say that than EBCDIC. We got one more word for this episode. It is EBITDA, all caps. And there's no pronunciation of it, although you could say, how would you want to say this? Abita? Abitda. The T and the D make it real hard. Ebita. I don't know. You can also spell it with just the first letter being capitalized. EBITDA. It is an abbreviation for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Amortization. Earnings before, so E, earnings, B, before, I, interest, T, taxes, D, depreciation, and A, amortization. They use this in banks and money and taxes and stuff like that, I guess. I have no connection with that whatsoever. All right, that was the end of the words, so it is time to reread the words and pick a word of the episode. We had eat, eatable, eatable, eatery, eating, eating disorder, eau de cologne, eau de parfum, eau de toilette, eau de vie, eve, eavesdrop, eaves trough, ebb, ebb, ebb tide, EBC, ebsidic, and EBITDA, or EBITDA. Let's see. I think I want to pick eavesdrop as the word of the episode because not that I'm going to be going out and standing in somebody's house, outside of somebody's house while the eaves trough drips on me and by an open window so I can hear people's private conversations. But if I'm in a public place and somebody is having an interesting conversation, I am absolutely going to be listening to that. Sometimes when Sharon and I are at a restaurant and I see that she sort of zones out, I'm like, oh, she's totally listening to the people around us. I'm like, yep, I'm fine with that. You got to be careful with what you say when you're in public places. Eavesdrop. Let's see. I love to eavesdrop. I don't make it a habit. Eavesdrop is fun. Don't get a knife and stab it. I was trying to make a rhyme. It seemed like it should have a rhyme, and that was the first thing I could think of. Eavesdropping. It's fine. All right. It is word of the... no, it's movie time. I gotta say another word I watched. Did I mention Labyrinth? I feel like I did, but I don't remember anything from weeks ago. Labyrinth, I totally talked about this. We saw it with the Goblin King players. That was fantastic. So I probably talked about Quantumania twice. So now I will talk about The Wiz briefly. I was on my work trip in Europe. I had free time one night, and I had been thinking about The Wiz, and something reminded me of it, so I was like, I'm going to watch The Wiz tonight on Amazon. I was going to watch something else, but because I was in Europe, I couldn't watch it. The Wiz. Oh, it's so good. It's creepy. It's the great music, great sets, great, like, makeup, wardrobe, costumes, masks. Oh, man, Stan Winston, I think, did the stuff. Oh, boy, I have so many things to say about it. The lyrics to the songs were so much more, like, deep and personal than I had remembered or had ever paid attention to. I think I saw this movie 2 or 3 times when I was a kid, so I had positive memories of it. Like snippets. And then when I was a senior in high school, we put the show on as a musical that year, and I was in the orchestra. I played the baritone sax, and we had some fantastic performers putting on that show. And it's just a real good, fun show that I don't think a lot of people have seen. Oh, I remember. I was listening to Films to be Buried With, and somebody said that was maybe like the movie that they had seen the most or something, and I was like, yes, I've been wanting to rewatch this movie, so I rewatched it, and it's so good and fun, and I have a lot of things to say, but I'm not going to do that now. What I'm going to do now is end this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer, dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Welcome to it. I hope you're enjoying it. Let's talk about the words. The first word in this episode is Ebola, with a capital E, B-O-L-A. You can say Ebola, Ebola, all those vowel pronunciations. Noun from 1977, number 1, the synonym is Ebola virus, which is our next word. Number 2, the hemorrhagic fever caused by the Ebola virus is also just called Ebola. This whole thing is called also Ebola fever. Ooh, I got the fever. I got the Ebola fever. What is the Ebola fever, the Ebola virus? Let's move on to the next word. Oh, sound effect. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's the sound effect today. Okay, here we go with Ebola virus, 2 words. Noun from 1976. Any of several filoviruses. Philo, F-I-L-O. Filoviruses of African origin that cause an often fatal hemorrhagic fever. Hemorrhagic, that's like hemorrhaging. That's a fun word to say. It's when your blood is not working right. Too much blood, maybe. You're hemorrhaging all this blood, and it's a problem. Let's see. It's a filovirus. Don't know what that is. Maybe we'll learn about that in the F's. The genus name is Ebola virus, all one word. And there is the species name. One of them, I guess, is Zaire Ebola virus. And this is from the Ebola River in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So that is where the Ebola virus was first found, first started causing problems, in the Ebola River. Maybe if people had access to clean water in certain areas of the world, maybe this wouldn't have been a problem. I'm just guessing. I don't know enough, but I'm assuming that could be related. Let's see. Yeah, it's a virus, so it's this like thing that lives in the river, I guess. But it gets into other animals. I think did it go to humans from monkeys or something? So clean water probably isn't necessarily the biggest thing, but clean water is good for everybody. Okay, next. Whoop 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 whoop. How do you say this word? Ebon. I think that's ebon. E-B-O-N. This is an adjective from the 15th century, and the synonym is ebony, which is coming up. And yes, there is an adjective form of ebony. I've never heard of just ebon. That's odd. That's very odd. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, yes, and this is, I forgot to say, right now, it is Thursday, June 22nd, 7:03 a.m. I'm in my work office. Just want to say that, trying to say that at the beginning of the episode. Sometimes I forget. I get it in there somewhere. So this is the beginning of a short little section here that I, as a white boy, am not probably the best to really discuss these things, but I will be putting at least one link in the show notes so you can go learn more about this stuff. So that's what that is. This next word, this is definitely getting a link in the show notes. Ebonics or Ebonics or Ebonics. Ebonics, I think that's how most people say with the long E sound. Capital E, B-O-N-I-C-S. Noun from 1973. That's 50 years ago, and I'm not quite so sure if this is a word that people particularly like these days. This synonym is just Black English. I think that's the way to describe it. It's kind of, I guess, some would argue its own language. It's very cultural. It's very it's a kind of like a dialect in certain parts of the country and world. This is how people talk. Clearly, this is not how I talk. And it's a blend. The word is a blend of ebony and phonics. phonics, the sounds and words and things that people say. But then ebony is obviously black, I guess, is the easiest way to say that, but there's so much more to it than I think just that. So yeah, I'm going to put a link in the show notes. Maybe it will say something about how maybe this is a bit of a problematic word or idea. But, at the same time, language evolves. And this is just a way to name things that have sort of changed and evolved throughout the world. This is a topic I'm probably not the best to discuss, just because I don't really know a lot about it. And of course, I want to be respectful. But yeah, this is a thing that you can learn about and talk about and go read about in the show notes. That's kind of, I feel like, the best thing that I can do in this situation. Okay, next word. Ebonite. Ebonite. Noun from 1861. Hard rubber, especially when black. Clearly, this is coming from, it's like that ebony prefix, although that's not literally a prefix in the book. Hard rubber, especially when black, is ebonite. I'm a little confused as to what this is exactly. It's just a type of hard rubber that is often black, I guess. Interesting. Ebonize. This is a transitive verb from circa 1828. This is to stain black in imitation of ebony. Obviously, we're going to learn more about ebony. Like, why does this word mean black in all these contexts? That's basically what it is. So, yeah, we're going to learn about why in a minute. But yes, if you are trying to imitate ebony, you stain something black and you are ebonizing it. This is just literally making something black to imitate ebony, which is our next word. So let's talk about that. Ebony, first form, noun from 1597. There's that phrase, is it ebony and ivory? That's like talking about like the keys on the piano, the black keys and the white keys. And so are they literally made from ebony? Are the white keys literally made from ivory? Maybe they used to, but I don't know if they are these days. But it's more just the black and white keys, and that's sort of the first thing that I think of when I think of the word ebony in this context. So what is it? Number one, a hard, heavy, blackish wood yielded by various tropical, chiefly Southeast Asian trees. And that is the genus name Diospyros, that is of the family Ebonaceae, and that is the ebony family. So it's a type of wood. And I don't even know if I knew that. I just knew it was a black substance, I guess. So yeah, it's a wood. Maybe we need to post a picture on social media of an ebony tree. Yeah. 2A. A tree yielding ebony is the ebony tree. 2B. Any of several trees yielding wood like ebony. This is interesting. They're not literally called ebony, but they're also called ebony because it's like ebony. They just make a dark wood, I guess. This is probably from the Lower Latin hebeninus. Hebeninus. That means of ebony, and this is from the Greek word eboninos. I think I'm saying this right. Hopefully eboninos, from ebonos, which means ebony. Also from the Egyptian word that's just consonants. HBNJ. I don't know how to say it. Hebinj. I see how there's the connections in these words with like a sort of breathy vowel sound at the beginning, and then the B sound, and then the N sound. Yeah, I guess it comes all the way back down this Egyptian word, and then it got to Greek. So yeah, it just means ebony. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is. So because it's black, that is why it's used in all these other contexts. And then our next word is going to give us a bit more. Whoop, 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 whoop. The second form of ebony is an adjective from also 1597. Number one, made of or resembling ebony. So something made from this ebony tree, ebony wood, is described as ebony, like the ebony keys of a piano. But then also, number two, the synonyms are black and dark. So that's a very vague way to describe things. Anything that's just black or dark. And, we have to say that the black community of the world, I guess, that might be a way to say that, have embraced this word for good reason, clearly. And I think isn't there a magazine called Ebony? And then, of course, it got into Ebonics, which is probably a problematic word. But yeah, it seems to be, from my very small viewpoint of the world, a word, a term of endearment. No, that's not the right word or phrase. Yeah, a word. Can't think of the right words in this context, but you know what I'm talking about. I will see if I can find any sort of other examples other than sort of the magazine or the publication Ebony. Are there other uses of this word that maybe I'm not aware of? But yeah, that's all I feel like I can say. I want to be very transparent of saying I can't really go too deep in this world. I think this would have benefited from a guest. I can't get guests on every episode. I think that there are probably people out there who could speak better to this. So if you are one or happen to know one, feel free to send a message, an email, a voice message. Call the Google Voice number. It's in the show notes. Send an audio file of what you want to say about the word ebony, ebonics especially. How does that feel to you? Positive, negative? I open this up to you, and of course I will put it in a show. I put it in an episode in the future if anybody were to do that. Okay, no more ebony words. Sound effect. Whoop 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 whoop. Ebook is next. Book. Book. Noun from 1988. A book composed in or converted to digital format for display on a computer screen or handheld device. It's a book in a digital electronic format. That's all it is. And this has exploded. 1988 was when this first came to be, but really, I mean, the last 20 years, we've seen an explosion with all of these companies making their own ebook readers, and that's how a lot of people read their books these days. I don't have one. I don't know if I'll ever get one. I do enjoy a physical book. I see the benefits of these ebook things, but it just hasn't. I'm not a big enough reader for it to have gotten into my life. Ebooks. Should I sing a song for every word in the episode? I don't think so. The next word is, it's a new 3-letter section, EBU. Ebullience. You could say ebullience, ebullience. It's all of those. EBULLIENCE. Noun from 1749. This is the quality of lively or enthusiastic expression of thoughts or feelings. The synonym is exuberance. So if you're feeling exuberant, enthusiastic, and you're expressing yourself enthusiastically in some way, you're showing some ebullience. That's such a good word, a funny, silly word to say. Ebullience. None of those were correct. Let's see. What else? The quality of it's a good fun word. And then relatedly, we have whoop 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 whoop. I don't know why does my mouth not want to say this word? Ebullience. It's ebulliency. So we added a Y to the end. Noun from 1676. The synonym is just ebullience. Ebullience. How do I say this word? I want to say ebullience, ebullience. All of those are fine. So yeah, ebulliency and ebullience, same thing. Hey, we got another one that's similarly to this word. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ebullient, with a T at the end. Adjective from 1599. One, the synonyms, I was not expecting this. The synonyms are boiling and agitated. So when you're boiling water to make some pasta, the water gets ebullient. So that's the time to put in the pasta. Number 2, characterized by ebullience, also having or showing liveliness and enthusiasm, as in ebullient performers. Just last night, my dad and I went down to the lakefront in our city because there was a performance, a get-together for the summer solstice. June 21st was the solstice last night, yesterday, and so a whole bunch of people got around. We have a little lagoon, so people came around the lagoon, and there were fire performers at one end, and then just around one part of the lagoon we had a drum circle, and so we got all up in the drum circle yesterday, and it was a whole lot of fun, but I bring it up because between the fire performers and the drummers and some dancers and stuff, there were ebullient performers. They were showing liveliness and enthusiasm. They were very enthusiastic to be there and having a fun time. And it was just so good to have all these people come together in this symbiotic thing where we were all doing the same thing together at once. It was a lot of fun. I want to do more of that. Ebulliently is an adverb. This is from the Latin verb ebullire, although there's a double L, which I might just be thinking of Spanish, but does it become a Y sound in Latin too? Ebullire? That seems more Spanish. I think it's just ebullire. That means to bubble. To bubble out, like the water, bubbling out. Which is from the prefix e plus bullire, which means to bubble or boil, and there's more at the word boil. So it's like when you're talking about people who are ebullient or showing ebullience, it's like their excitement is like bubbling out of them, boiling out of them. That's I guess how this word came to be, and I'm gonna stick with that story. Boiling, bubbling. Yeah, I mean, you could see the connection in the word. Oh, we have another one. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ebullition. Ebullition. Noun from 1534. Now, this is even before ebullient. 65 years before that. This is the first one of all these words, I think. Ebullition. 1, a sudden violent outburst or display. Woo! Hope I don't see any of those. Number 2, the act, process, or state of boiling or bubbling up. So this one is less about being excited and enthusiastic and just an explosion, an outburst, a bubbling of things. Ebullition. Whoop, whoop, whoop. EBV is next, all caps, EBV, abbreviation for Epstein-Barr virus. It's going to be a little while before we come across that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. EB virus. 2 words, EB is 1 word, all caps. Noun from 1968, and yes, same thing, the synonym is Epstein-Barr virus. Epstein-Barr is 2 words with a hyphen. A hyphen. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Here we go with the EC section. This is probably going to go on a while. EC. The first one is just EC, all caps, abbreviation for either European Community or European Communities, plural. That's it for EC. Whoop, 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 whoop. Eccentric is the next word. This is the first form. It's an adjective from circa 1630. 1A, deviating from an established or usual pattern or style, as in eccentric products. What are some eccentric products? Those products are not at all part of the usual pattern that we are used to. They are so eccentric. 1B, deviating from established or usual pattern. Oh, I totally went back a line. Deviating from conventional or accepted usage or conduct, especially in odd or whimsical ways, as in an eccentric millionaire. They got so much money, they can afford to be eccentric and do odd or whimsical things. Would you say that this podcast is eccentric? I guess it was sort of meant to be, but it's also just awesome. That's what it is. It's just awesome. It's eccentrically awesome. Awesomely eccentric. I don't know what to say. I like the odd and whimsical things. I do enjoy this. I like things that are eccentric. 2A, deviating from a circular path. I think this is key. Deviating from a circular path, especially the number one definition for the word elliptical, as in an eccentric orbit. So does that mean that if something is on an elliptical orbit, which is like an oval, that means it's eccentric? Because it is not circular, it is ovalic, elliptical, eccentric. Well, I think all of the planets, when they go around the sun, those are elliptical. I don't think any single one of those has a circular orbit, so I think all of our planets must have an eccentric orbit. I would guess. I would assume. If you know, let me know. 2B, located elsewhere than at the geometrical center. So something that is not in the geometrical center is eccentric because it's not in the center. Eccentric. You see? Okay, good. Also, having the axis or support so located. So if the axis or support is not in the geometrical center, that is also eccentric. As in an eccentric wheel. So what kind of wheel? This is a weird wheel. Such an odd wheel you are. So the center of this wheel, what kind of wheel? Why would we make a wheel that has the center is not in the center? Oh, I don't know. I might need to look this up. An eccentric wheel. What is that? What is that exactly? A synonym for the word eccentric is strange. Eccentrically is an adverb. So this is from the Greek how do you say this? Ekentros. Ekentros. There's two K's. Ekentros, which is from ex, which means out of, plus kentron, which means center. So it's just out of the center, not in the center. So any person who you describe as eccentric, they're not in the center where all the other people are. But I don't know. I don't think we can lump all the people into the center. Everybody's kind of eccentric, right? Aren't we all a little eccentric? Some, I guess, are more than others. Maybe can we map out? Has anybody mapped out? This is not even possible to do. A circle, and then you can plot out where people fall on this circular map of like who would be considered not eccentric. They go in the center, and then I don't know. This is not a map that anybody could ever make, but I don't know. That's how I visualize it in my head now that I know it's about straying from the center of a circle, essentially. Where do you map yourself on this circle map? Yeah. Moving on. Whoop, 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 whoop. The second form of eccentric is a noun from 1827. 1. A mechanical device consisting of an eccentric disc communicating its motion to a rod so as to produce reciprocating motion. So I guess this disc must be rotating not from its center, and I think that's key to create this reciprocal motion. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know gears and engineering and stuff, but I can visualize that if you put a stick through a disc that's not in the center, it's going to rotate in a kind of odd way. It's going to go around in a weird way. And it's, you need that sometimes in engineering. Yeah. Number 2, an eccentric person is just called an eccentric. You're such an eccentric. Okay, next word. Whoop, 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 whoop. Eccentricity. Yeah, eccentricity. Noun from 1545, 1a. The quality or state of being eccentric. That's it. 1b. Deviation from an established pattern or norm, especially odd or whimsical behavior. I would like to think that I have a bit of eccentricity. Do you think? I think so. I want to have more. I think I want to lean into it more. Sometimes I'm like, nope, sorry, you're not going to get any eccentricity out of me today. You can't. That's not possible. And then other times, I just want to be the most. 2a, a mathematical constant that for a given conic section is the ratio of the distances from any point of the conic section to a focus and the corresponding directrix. Not sure at all what any of that means. It would not at all what I was expecting. A mathematical constant. Okay, a conic section, that's something about a cone and the ratio of the distances from the point to the focus and something. Maybe I need to put a link in the show notes for that one. The mathematical constant called eccentricity. 2b, this one's going to be related. The eccentricity of an astronomical orbit used as a measure of its deviation from circularity. So measuring how something's going around in the sky, in space, on an eccentric orbit, which is an ellipse, an oval, and something about measuring how it deviates from an actual circle. How far away is it from an actual circle? How ovally is it? I don't know. I'm just trying to work this out in my brain, but I don't know if I got it. Okay, we got one more word. Ecchymosis. 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 Noun from 1541. This is the escape of blood into the tissues from ruptured blood vessels. So this is a problem. Ecchymosis. I don't think you want this. You don't want this. Ecchymosis. The blood is escaping from the vessels into the tissues, and that's not where the blood is supposed to go, I think. Right? Okay, this is a Greek word from the Greek ecchymosis, which means to extravasate. No, that's not how you say this word. Extravasate? To extravasate blood. This is from ex plus chemos, which means juice. Juice. And there's more at the word chyme or chyme, probably chyme, C-H-Y-M-E. So it seems like, yes, ruptured blood vessels. When the blood vessels in your body rupture, the blood is going to get into the tissues, not where it's supposed to be, and then you got the ecchymosis. And ecchymotic is an adjective. What is this word extravasate? Is it extravasate or is it extravasate? I don't know. All right, everybody. I need to pick a word of the episode, so real quickly, let's reread the words. We had Ebola, Ebola virus, Eben, Ebonics, Ebonite, Ebonize, Ebony, Ebony, ebook, ebullience, ebulliency, ebullient, ebullition, EBV, EB virus, EC, eccentric, eccentric, eccentricity, and ecchymosis. Ecchymosis, yes. I think for me, I just gotta pick eccentric. I feel like I am probably a little eccentric. We turned it into a song really casually. I'm a little bit eccentric. Are you a little bit eccentric? Everybody's a little eccentric today. All right, let's talk about another movie I saw, The Batman. This is the movie I was watching on the plane where the sound went out on the plane. And it's a fun word. It's a fun. Why do I keep on putting word? Well, I think my brain is on words because I'm recording a podcast about words. It is a fun, interesting movie. This has really taken Batman back to his sort of detective crime-fighting roots. More than some of the other Batman movies have. He's always solving crimes, but in this one he feels a bit more of that like old school original comic detective who also can do these physical things. It felt a lot more dirty, gritty, realistic. All the characters are more realistic. The Penguin, it's not the over-the-top Penguin that we know and love from Batman Returns. This is the more realistic Penguin who is maybe a bit physically deformed, but not in a over-the-top cartoony way. But yeah, it was a fun movie, very long. I do question though, do we need to keep on making all these new Batman movies? It's fun to see how people will interpret it, fun new ways to show this story, but it's the same story in general over and over again. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I'm going to make my own Batman movie someday. All right. That's the end of this movie. This movie's over. That's the end of this podcast episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Hello, my name is Spencer. It is 7:07 a.m., June 23rd, 2023. I'm in my work office getting ready to record an episode for you to listen to a few months from now. And then I'm going to do my work day, and it's Friday. It's Friday, so then I'm going to have 2 days of busy times not making any money. Because that's what the weekend's for. No, I actually have some projects that if I have time, I'm going to work on them and then I might get paid for that. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about these words. Half of these words are, I think they're religious. Yes, they're very religious related, so I don't really know a lot about these. And then we got some other words that I don't know diddly squat about. Which is why we're doing this, so we can learn these things. I hope you enjoy it. The first word is, well, you can't really pronounce it. It's eccle, E-C-C-L, abbreviation for ecclesiastic or ecclesiastical. And oh yeah, we're going to talk about those. So the sound effect is going to be... The next word is eccles, capital E-C-C-L-E-S. It's another abbreviation for Ecclesiastes. Is that how you say it? Ecclesiastes. Yep, that's it. With a capital E. Here is a prefix, ecclesi or ecclesio. Ecclesi or ecclesio. Ecclesi or ecclesio. Here we go with ecclesio. It just means church. That's it. It just means church. As in the example, ecclesiology. Now, I would assume that is the study of churches and churchy things, but I don't know. We're going to learn about that pretty soon. So why does this mean church? Well, it is from the Greek ecclesia with K's, which means assembly of citizens, or also church. That's usually where, in the past at least, citizens would gather in the church if they had to have a town meeting. Town meeting tonight. It is also from the Greek akalene or akalene, which means to call forth or summon, from X plus kalene, which means to call, and there's more at the word lo, which I don't understand. So to call became to call forth or summon, became assembly of citizens or church. So that is why this means that. So what are some other words that are related to church and calling forth and summoning? Ecclesial is next. You could say ecclesial with like an I sound, or ecclesial with more of an E. Ecclesial. Adjective from 1641, of or relating to a church. Just anything about a church is ecclesial. There are some really beautiful churches out there. That's one of the biggest things that I appreciate about churches is the architecture, the art, all that stuff. Next is Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes, again, you can say I or at the beginning, and it has a capital E. Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes. Noun from the 14th century. This is a book of wisdom literature in canonical Jewish and Christian scripture, and it says to see the Bible table. And that will tell you where in the Bible this book Ecclesiastes fits in with all the other things. So, as we know, I mean, it's obviously related to church and all that, but more specifically, it is from the Greek Ecclesiastes, which literally means preacher. This is a translation of the Hebrew word koheleth, or koheleth. It's also from another word, Ecclesiastes, without a capital E, which means member of an assembly. And so it's like, it's the person, a person part of the church group, or the preacher. And then it just became the book of wisdom literature. And I wonder what it says. I don't know. I've never read the Bible. Maybe that's my next podcast. Next is ecclesiastic. First form, adjective from the 15th century. The synonym is ecclesiastical, which is coming up, and a good fun word to say. Ecclesiastical. The second form of ecclesiastic is a noun from 1651, and the synonym is clergyman. So, yep, seems, we're all connected here. The people are ecclesiastic, or anything related to a church is ecclesiastic. Depends on how you're using it in context. So, we now need to talk about this word ecclesiastical, because we've seen it a couple times already. Ecclesiastical. You gotta say it at the right time. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Of or relating to a church, especially as an established institution. Especially as an established institution? Is it so if a church is not an established institution, it's not ecclesiastical, or most of them are established institutions? I don't know. I guess that's an important part. 2. Suitable for use in a church. So, what is suitable for use in a church? What do you use in a church? I don't know. Pews? Oh, these are some good ecclesiastical pews. This hymn book is a good ecclesiastical hymn book. Ecclesiastically is an adverb. And the etymology is pretty similar to all the other stuff. Ecclesiasticism. How many syllables is this? Oh, it breaks them up for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ecclesiasticism. No, that's 2 syllables. Why wouldn't it have broken that up? Ecclesiasticism. 7 syllables. Noun from circa 1859. Excessive attachment to ecclesiastical forms and practices. Attachment? So if you are really attached to things that are related to a church, suitable for a church, then you have ecclesiasticism. How do you use this in context? I got the ecclesiasticism. Got to move my chair a little forward. There's so many of these ecclesiastical words. Here's another one, ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus with a capital E. Noun from 1533. This is a didactic book included in the Protestant Apocrypha and as Sirach in the Roman Catholic canon of the Old Testament. So I don't know how this is similar or different to the Ecclesiastes book. Ecclesiastes? Is that how you say this word? I don't know how it's different or similar to the book in the Bible. Ecclesiasticus, it seems more specific. It's Protestant, Roman Catholic. So I guess I can put a link in the show notes for maybe both of these, Ecclesiastes and Ecclesiasticus. How are they similar? How are they different? I'm not sure. I just don't know. Okay. Here is ecclesiology. Ecclesiology, and this was the example for the ecclesi prefix, ecclesiology. It is a noun from circa 1837. 1. The study of church architecture and adornment. So yes, literally, it is the study of churches, but specifically, how are they built? What styles are being used? What do they adorn things with? What sculptures and statues and stained glass and all those things? How do you adorn it? They are highly adorned often, these churches. And then there's those really, really old churches, which are just super simple and just really, really old, and those are awesome. Number 2, theological doctrine relating to the church. So that is a theological doctrine. That's, a very religious thing to say about the church is ecclesiology. I can't give you any better description than that because I'm not a smarty pants. Ecclesiological? No, this is not how you say this word. Ecclesiological. There we go. Ecclesiological, that is an adjective, and ecclesiologist is a noun. Hui, hui, hui. Brain working hard. All right, this is the last of these ecclesi words, and this one is ecklus. I don't know how you would say it because it's an abbreviation. It is spelled capital E-C-C-L-U-S, ecklus, and it's an abbreviation for Ecclesiasticus, which is the didactic book included in the Protestant Apocrypha and as Sirach in the Roman Catholic canon of the Old Testament. Okay. We have that was the ECC section. We got one more ECC word. It is the eccrine gland. This is 2 words. Eccrine is E-C-C-R-I-N-E. You can also pronounce it ecrine or ecrine. Eccrine, ecrine, ecrine. It is a gland, a noun. A gland is a noun from circa 1927. It is any of the rather small sweat glands in the human skin that produce a fluid secretion without removing cytoplasm from the secretory cells. It is also called the eccrine sweat gland. So this is the thing that allows you to sweat, I guess, or makes you sweat. The sweat comes from these. Yes, it's a sweat gland. It's in the human skin. So do we have these all over our skin, all over our body? I think mine sometimes get into overdrive. In the summer, it's just constant sweat, constant. It's so gross. I hate it. But these are the things that make you sweat, and so there must be just a ton of them, tiny little buggers, I assume, all over the body. I want to put a link in the show notes for this because I want to know, like, on average, how many do we have? How big are they? I got to know these things. And it says here at the end that it does not remove cytoplasm from the secretory cells. These are the secreting cells, and it doesn't remove cytoplasm. I don't at all understand why that's important, but I guess it is. Is this related to church in any way? No, I don't think so, because it is from the Greek word ekranine, which means to secrete, and that totally makes sense, from the prefix ek or x, which means out, plus krinine, which means to separate. So it's separating things out, and then putting it out on top of the skin. That's where the sweat goes. There's more at the word certain. I am certain that the eccrine gland makes me sweat, or is the thing that the sweat comes from. Yeah, something like that. Okay. We are now in a short ECD section. I don't know these words at all. Do you? Let's find out. This word is ecdysiast, or just ecdysiast. 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 I don't know what this is. It is a noun from 1940. The synonym is stripteaser. Stripteaser? So someone who is doing a striptease is an ecdysiast. And the only thing for the etymology is that it's from the Greek word ecdysis. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it doesn't say what that word means. EKDYSIS. Do I need to go to Google? You know what? We can just do it right now because I'm in front of a computer. This is a new thing for me. I've been doing this podcast usually just not in front of a computer, and so we have the entire internet at our disposal. We're not going to do this too often because this takes time, but every once in a while, let's find out, what does this word mean? Okay, how do we spell it? EKDYSIS. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay. And I spelled it wrong. I spelled it EX, not EK. It means exit. That's what it means in English. Exit. I can't. Okay. Exit. So you're a stripteaser exiting. I don't understand this. Are you exiting from your clothes? Is that how we're supposed to think about this? Ecdysiast is a stripteaser because they're exiting from their clothes in a slow, sultry, sexy manner. Which is a sexier word, ecdysiast or stripteaser? Please tell me now. Okay, is this one related? This word is ecdysis. ECDYSIS. And that is the same word as the Greek word, except it's spelled with a C instead of a K. Ecdysis is how you pronounce it in English, at least. This is a noun from circa 1854. This is the act of molting or shedding an outer cuticular layer. Cuticular, yeah. So this is probably not talking about a human, unless the human is molting or shedding their skin or hair or something. I don't think that happens very often or ever. But we're talking about, I don't know, spiders and snakes and what other things shed their skin? Lots and lots of like lizards and things like that. What else? Would you consider a like a butterfly caterpillar situation? I don't think so. That's a whole different changing of the body. They're not molting their skin. Birds molt. They get rid of like a layer of feathers and they get new feathers. I think we could call that ecdysis, couldn't we? Can we? Yes, we can. This is from the Greek word ecdysis. I don't know how to pronounce it, which means act of getting out. Yes, it is the act of getting out of your skin or your clothes. And yes, it's also from ekdayin, which means to strip. From X plus dayin, which means to enter or don. Putting the X makes it the opposite. So if you were putting on clothes, what would you be? You'd be a disiast? But then when we put the EC or EX prefix, it becomes the opposite. So we are removing the skin, the clothes, all of that stuff. I don't remember a DY word that talked about putting on clothes, but it's hard to remember everything that I've read here. Yeah, so the act of stripping or something would be ecdysis, and then if you are somebody who is doing that, you are an ecdysiast. No, ecdysiast. Ecdysiast. Ugh. All right, next word. Ecdysone. Yeah, ecdysone. ECDYSONE. You could also spell it without the E at the end, and that would be ecdysone. Same word. Noun from 1956. This is any of several arthropod hormones that in insects are produced by the prothoracic gland and that trigger molting and metamorphosis. So clearly, we are still in the same world. So these are hormones. These are little chemical things inside of a body, usually insects, and they tell it when it's time to molt to get rid of their outer layer thing. And that is, metamorphosis. Metamorphosis, so maybe this is related to the caterpillar butterfly situation. Ecdysone. Fascinating stuff, man. Next word. It's an ECE word. It is, how do you say this? Ecesis or achesis, because it is spelled ECESIS. So some people, in, I guess, proper English, say achesis, because that's how the C is supposed to be pronounced in this context. But some people also say achesis, which I'm guessing is from a Greek thing. Okay, achesis, noun, from circa 1904. The establishment of a plant or animal in a new habitat. We are putting this plant or animal in a new habitat, and this whole situation is called achesis or achesis. This is from the Greek oikesis, which means inhabitation, also from oikin, which means to inhabit, and there's more at the word ecumenical. Ecumenical, that's going to be next page, next in like a weekish. Yeah. So it's putting a plant or an animal in a new habitat is achesis or achesis. Let's go do some achesis. Why would you have to put an animal or a plant in a new habitat? Oh, so many reasons. ECG, all caps, abbreviation for electrocardiogram. Something about the heart. Checking the heart for problems. There's ECG, isn't there EKG, which is a whole other thing. I think that might be related to the heart. I don't know. There's all these medical letter things that it's hard to keep track of all of them. ECG, checking the heart for stuff. We got one more word for this episode. It is a shell. And no, it is not literally a shell. It is a shell. ECHELLE. It is pronounced a shell. Noun from 1949. It is a diffraction grating made by ruling a plane metallic mirror with lines having a relatively wide spacing. And I don't really understand what that is. So you know what? I'm going to look it up so I can see what it looks like. And I don't want to look it up in Translate. I want to look it up in images. This is a ladder. This is a ladder. A shell is a ladder. Most of these pictures are ladders, but some of these are not. So let's read the description again. A diffraction grating made by ruling a plain metallic mirror with lines having a relatively wide spacing. What? A plain metallic mirror is plane. So it's like it's plain, it's like it's flat, I think, and it's a metallic mirror. Huh. I definitely need to put a link in the show notes for this one because I am quite confused. Now, so the reason all these ladders showed up is because this is a French word that literally just means ladder. So I guess this grating is ladder-like. Now, there is this one picture. Yeah, this is the closest one. It's kind of like a stairway on the side. So, but I don't understand what this is. There's a blaze arrow. Oh, here. A shell grating. I don't know. There's the things bouncing off. We definitely are going to have to put a link in the show notes. This is an interesting thing. I don't really know. Is it light? Is it related to light? Probably. Diffraction. Yeah, it's diffracting off of this metallic mirror, bouncing off in different angles and stuff. Yeah, go check the show notes for this thing. All right, it is word of the episode time. So here we go. Eccl, ecclese, ecclesi, ecclesial, ecclesiastes, ecclesiastic, ecclesiastic, ecclesiastical, ecclesiasticism, ecclesiasticus, ecclesiology, eclus, eccrine gland, I have to remind myself how to say this word every single time. Ecdysiast, ecdysis, ecdysone, esthesis, ECG, and a shell. Let's see. I was obviously very surprised about this whole strip teaser thing, ecdysiast. But I think, this whole world of like getting out of your thing, I think is really interesting. I think I want to pick ecdysis, ECDYSIS, as the word of the episode, because that's the bigger picture idea of the act of molting and shedding. And I never thought that there was a word that meant that, but of course, we have words for everything. So of course there's a word for that. Ecdysis, right? Ecdysis. It's time to get out of my skin. I'm gonna do some ecdysis. I am not a strip teaser because I'm not taking off my clothes. I'm getting out of my skin. Ecdysis. All right. We got a very loungy song happening there. Should I tell you another movie that I watched? Oh, yes, I shall. This is the movie Pride. Let's see. I think I watched this on the plane I was coming home. Sharon had watched it while I was out of town on a work trip. and she said it's so good and you should watch it. And when I got on the plane to come home, it happened to be on the list. I mean, it's June when I'm recording this, when I watch this, which is Pride Month here in the States, and so maybe that's why they added it. But it's a fascinating, heartwarming story about. Was this in the 60s, I want to say? 60s, possibly? In England. Is it England? Yeah, I think they were outside of London, weren't they? Now I'm blanking. Was it Ireland? England? It was one of those. I feel terrible that I am not remembering that. But it's a group of gay and lesbian people, I think in London, and they are supporting miners who were on strike. And it's based on a true story, and they basically are raising money to help the miners because it's basically the idea of helping everybody, be nice to everybody, and I really, really appreciate that sentiment. None of us are different. We should be helping everybody. We should be supporting everybody in whatever way we can. So that's what it was all about. And oh yes, I teared up a couple of times because it was very sweet. And I highly recommend the movie Pride from 2014, based on a true story. Go ahead and watch it. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Looks like we got some fun words in the next episode, too. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. My name is still Spencer. I am still recording this podcast and putting it out into the world for all of you to hear all of these words and definitions and things. If you love this show, I highly, highly recommend you become a Patreon on Patreon. You become a patron on the Patreon. There's a link in the show notes. I think it's just Speed Jampar. Probably. Just go find Speed Jampar on the Patreon. You can join as little as $1 a month, and that'll get you early episodes. And then, of course, you go up from there to $5. You get exclusives and stuff like that. Also, if you really love this show, you can buy merchandise. You can buy things. There's a TeePublic link in the show notes. And then, if you super duper love this show, you're going to write and review this show. You're going to go give it the 5 stars, write a review on the Apple Podcasts and all the other places so all the other people can learn about this show. What else? Social media at dictionarypod on Twitter and Instagram. My personal is at speedjampar. I need to do another TikTok soon. It would be weird to do a TikTok now. Today is June 27th, 7:12 a.m. I'm in my work office. If I do a TikTok in the next couple of months, the people who go to the TikTok will see an episode or the first word of an episode way, way, way before that episode gets aired. So that'll be a fun experiment. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. So if you want us to talk about anything, say anything, all that fun stuff. All right. The first word in this episode is echelon. Echelon. Echelon, first form, noun from 1796. 1A1, an arrangement of a body of troops with its units each somewhat to the left or right of the one in the rear, like a series of steps. So that's interesting. I guess I've probably heard of echelon in terms of troops, but I did not realize that they were stair-stepped like that. So instead of all being in a line, if you look ahead of you, instead of everybody being a line straight that way, you are off-center. You are staggered a little bit to the left or to the right of the person in front of you. I think that's what it's saying. That's interesting. 1A2, this is probably going to be pretty similar. A formation of units or individuals resembling such an echelon, as in, geese flying in echelon. So it's similar because the geese, they're off-center, they're staggered from the one in front of them by quite a lot, actually, because they're in that V shape, and they do that because The one in the front is breaking up the air, and so it makes it a little bit easier for the ones, they're kind of flying in the first person's drafting, drifting, one of those words. And that's why they do that. 1A3, a flight formation in which each airplane flies at a certain elevation above or below and at a certain distance behind and to the right or left of the airplane ahead. So the troops in 1A1, they're in more of like a two-dimensional way to do this. They're off-centered left or right. The geese, while technically they can go in 3 dimensions in the sky, they're usually kind of in a two-dimensional plane. They're all the birds are usually in like a flat plane-ish. But then the planes, the airplanes are not in a flat plane. They can go up or down, left or right, and forwards and backwards. So they took the echelon to the next level. I might need to post pictures of all of these on the social media. I did not know about this whole staggered thing. 1B, any of several military units in echelon formation. Also, any unit or group acting in a disciplined or organized manner, as in served in a combat echelon. I am very curious to get to the etymology, figure out why this word is this word. 2A, one of a series of levels or grades in an organization or field of activity, as in involved employees at every echelon. All the different levels or grades of an organization. This is closer to what I'm more used to hearing this word used in, this context. Involved employees at every echelon. So every level from the CEO all the way down to the poop scrubber, all the levels. Every company has a poop scrubber, right? 2B, a group of individuals at a particular level or grade in an organization, as in the upper echelons of the bureaucracy. How is this one different than 2A? 2A is one of a series of levels or grades, so it's one of the levels, but then 2B is a group of individuals at a particular level. So the people at a level are the echelon, and then each of those levels are the echelon. I think that's it. Oh, it's etymology time. This is a French word, echelon, which literally means rung of a ladder. And ooh, I'm remembering, it's been a while since I recorded, but I'm remembering the last word in the previous episode also came from ladder, this échelle thing. So, so echelon is rung of a ladder. From Old French, it's all ladder. That's what it is. It doesn't totally explain, though, why there's this, like, off-centered staggered thing. Yeah, that's still a little confusing, but, it totally makes sense when we're looking at the employees, the organization, the levels, rungs of a ladder. You work your way up the ladder. I like to work my way down the ladder. Can I go down in business? Okay, I need to make a sound effect because we got to move on to the next word. That I'm gonna make a sound that goes something like this. It sounds very much like Beaker from the Muppets. I did not mean for that to happen. No, okay, this is the second form of echelon. This is a verb from circa 1860, starting with transitive. To form or arrange in an echelon. If you're forming or arranging those geese in their V formation echelon, you are echeloning the geese. Intransitive is to take position in an echelon. I gotta find my echelon position. I'm gonna echelon myself. The next word is echeveria. I wanted to say echeveria, but it is echeveria. Echeveria. Noun from 1883. Any of a large genus of tropical American succulent plants of the orpine family that have showy rosettes of often plushy basal leaves and axillary clusters of flowers with erect petals. I love the description of plants and flowers. There's always just so many good words that I don't know at all, or just they're used in context that I'm not used to. Some really good words in there. I will post a picture of an echeveria on social media. This name is from, it's a new Latin, it's the genus name. It is from Atanasio Echeverria, because there's two R's, who was a Mexican botanical illustrator who, now it says, I think it says they flourished in 1771. That was maybe their peak of their career, but it doesn't say when they were born or when they died. Maybe we don't have that information, but we know that they were doing some real great work in 1771. Were they born in 1771? You know what? I got a computer in front of me. Let's do a quick look. How do you spell this word? Atanasio. I don't know what I said before. You know what? Hey, look at that. Google filling it in for me. Oh, yes. Beautiful illustrations. Let's see. Yes. Born 1771. But now this says there's lots of information. There's not a lot of information here. Yes, they were born. They came onto this planet in a living form around 1771. Whoa. Was their mother or father? Echeverria accompanied Martin and Jose on the royal those I see. Those are not his parents. I thought that one of his parents was only 8 years older than him, which wouldn't have been out of the question, but not likely. Okay, not a lot of information about this person, but they made some plant paintings. Okay, next word. Yum, 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 yum. That's the sound that I am going to guess is made by this next word, which is echidna. Echidna. Noun from 1832. Oh, this is going to be good. A spiny-coated, toothless, burrowing nocturnal monotreme mammal, a monotreme mammal, of Australia, Tasmania, and New Guinea that has a long, extensible tongue and long, heavy claws, and that feeds chiefly on ants. The species name of that one is Tachyglossus aculeatus. And then also, though, it's a related mammal with a different species name of New Guinea, having a longer snout and shorter spines. Clearly not as impressive as the longer spined version. The species name for this one is Zaglossus. So the first one was Tachyglossus. This one is Zaglossus Bruigni. There's a J in there next to an I. Bruigni or Bruini. And obviously, we're going to post a picture of an echidna on social media. Sounds like a fascinating animal. I've heard of it, don't really know much about it. I think I have seen pictures of them. The name is a Latin word which means viper. Why viper? That's interesting. I don't know. Is it the spiny coat? Could it be the tongue? What's the viper? Snakes stick out their tongue. These things have a long tongue, so maybe that's where they came up with this name in the 1830s. Also, Greek word echidna probably also means viper, and then there's more at the word ophitic, Ophitic. I'm fascinated by these creatures. They sound really awesome and crazy and interesting, and I will put a link in the show notes for them as well. Thought I had something else to say. Oh, yes. There is a They Might Be Giants song called, is it just called Mammal? Mammal, mammal. I'm going to put a link because monotremes and echidnas are mentioned briefly in that song. So I'm going to put in a clip.
The fox, the ox, giraffe, and shrew, echidna, caribou.
What a great clip. I laugh because in real time, there's no clip. I just pretend that there's a clip, but I'm going to add it in the editing process. The next word is a prefix, akin. I think that's how you would say it, akin or akino, ECHIN, and then you can put an O at the end of it. There is no year. Number one, it means prickle. Not pickle, but prickle. As in echinoderm, or would it be echinoderm? Yes, echinoderm. So I think the pronunciation would be echine or echino for the prefix. So if this echinoderm is probably going to prickle you, I don't know. Who wants a pickle? Prickle, prickle, prickle. Number two means sea urchin, as in, how do you say this? Echinoid or echinoid. And I know the pronunciations because they're coming up in this episode. So yeah, this is it's a Greek, Latin or Greek word, which is from echainos, which means sea urchin. So that's really just what it means. It's an echidna eating something with its long, extensible tongue. Echinacea is next. Echinacea, echinacea. I guess some people say that. ECHINACEA. Noun from circa 1859. This is the dried rhizome, roots, or other parts of any of three purple cone flowers that are used primarily in dietary supplements and herbal remedies for the stimulating effect they are held to have on the immune system. And then also, any of these herbs are also called echinacea or echinacea. This is a new Latin word, which is its genus name. Wow, there's really just not a lot of information here. Let's see. It sounds like we need to put a picture on social media for this one as well, and also I think a link in the show notes, because there's probably a whole ton of information that is useful to know, interesting to know if you want to know more about this. I'm really fascinated by the evolution of this because I suspect it went from, way back in the, I would guess hundreds or thousands of years ago. Way back then, native people were probably using this as a medicine. And over the years, that has gotten into our very modern capitalistic society, and it is now used. I think using the word capitalistic there is odd. But anyway, we use it. It has become one of these sort of quote-unquote hippie granola things, but clearly it must have some actual usage, actual benefits. I remember taking this as a kid sometimes. My mom was really into this stuff and, probably still is. So I think that there are some positive benefits to this, but I think that it has gotten to the level of, I think this is where the capitalism comes in. It has gotten to the level of overuse, maybe not the right use, maybe being confused about what it really can and can't do. And, I think we've seen a lot of things like that. Like, this is a superfood. It's going to solve all your problems. Nope, it's not, but it is useful in certain ways. So that's echinacea. Go read about it. Go study it if you want to. I'm not going to force you to do anything. The next word. Echinococcus. That's a fun word. Echinococcus. echinococcosis. Echinococcosis. Let's put that on the list. Let's put that on the list of backwards words to figure out when I do more backwards videos on my YouTube channel. There's like 15 of them. You can go check them out on my YouTube channel. There's a link in the show notes. Echinococcosis. Noun from 1900. Infestation with or disease caused by an echinococcus. Echinococcus. So when you got too much echinococcus, you got the echinococcosis. And I don't think anybody wants that. What is an echinococcus? It is a noun from 1839, any of a genus, Echinococcus, of tapeworms. Ooh, we're in the tapeworm world. Tapeworms that alternate a minute adult living as a commensal in the intestine of carnivores with a hydatid larva invading tissues, especially of the liver of cattle, sheep, swine, and humans, and acting as a dangerous pathogen. Stay away from the echinococcus, because you might get the echinococcosis, and nobody wants a tapeworm. Nobody wants any of that stuff. Let's put a link in the show notes. Let's put a link in the show notes. Let's put a link in the show notes for echinococcus. It's a little bit like, have you seen the videos of the porcupines eating? They make some very cute sounds when they're eating, or at least this one porcupine does. I assume other ones do too. It's a little bit like that. The next word, echinoderm. And this was the example when we got to the echino prefix, which means prickle. So what is an echinoderm? It is a noun from 1835. Any of a phylum of radially symmetrical coelomate marine animals, including the starfishes, sea urchins, and related forms. The phylum name is Echinodermata. Echinodermatus, that is an adjective. So something described like one of these things is Echinodermatus, and it is an echinoderm. Radially symmetrical, I think those are cool. It's because it's symmetrical from the center, basically. And sea urchins, oh yes. Those are also using the echino prefix. Let's see, the phylum name. Yeah, so the name is from, this is, I think, New Latin, the echine prefix, plus dermata, which is from the Greek word derma, which means skin, and the prefix that we saw means prickle, and so, I think it basically just means prickly skin. If all of those things, starfishes, sea urchins, other things like that, I think pretty much all of them have some sort of prickly skin, and I think it would be fun to post some pictures on social media for various echinoderms. Echinoid. Echinoid is next, or echinoid. This was the other example with the echino prefix, and that one means sea urchin, so I think you see where this is going. An echinoid is a noun from 1864, and the synonym is just sea urchin. I'm an echidna. I'm eating some tasty food with my long, extensible tongue. The last word is echinus. Echinus. Noun from the 14th century. Number 1, the synonym again is sea urchin. And now it goes, okay, 2A. The rounded molding that lies directly beneath the abacus in the capital of a column in the Greek Doric order. Is that something about columns or something? Did it mention? Yeah, the columns in the Greek Doric order. That's called an echinus? And then 2B is a similar member in other orders. Yes, there was the Doric column and the Ionic. I don't remember the other ones. So why are those called echinus? I don't know. This is from the Greek word echinos, which means hedgehog, which they're pretty prickly. So I guess that makes sense. Also, it means sea urchin. So the Greek echinus is hedgehog or sea urchin. What are the sea urchins? The hedgehog of the sea? Or the other way around? Are the hedgehogs the sea urchin of the sea, of the land? I don't know. I don't understand how it turned into this thing on columns. Are those things prickly? There's more at the word ophite, Ophite, and we saw that with echidna. There's more at ophitic, so I guess in the OPH section we're going to get some other similar words maybe. That is the end. Those were all the words, and it's word of the episode time. We had echelon, echeveria, echidna, echine or echino, echinacea, echinococcus, echinococcus, echinoderm, echinoid or echinoid, and echinus. Which one? I don't know. Maybe echinacea. I think all these prickly things are pretty interesting and cool, but, not really jumping out at me. Echinacea, I think we just have an interesting relationship as a world, as a country with this stuff. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but, clearly it's been around for a while, and it's got some good medical uses. When you're starting to get sick, this is where they say to take some echinacea. When you're getting sick, take some echinacea. It's gonna boost your immune system. But you could also take it every day just to give you a little boost all the time. But then if you take it too much, maybe your body's gonna get used to it and it's not gonna have so much of a help to your immune system. That's the best song ever. Echinacea, the word of the episode. Go take some if you're getting sick. I need to talk about another movie that I watched, and I'm going to talk about Soul. Soul. This was the second time I watched it. I watched this one. Did I watch this on the plane? Yes, I did. It's a Pixar movie. It's good. I really appreciate that they were tackling death and music and all that life stuff, and I just thought that was really interesting. I know that some people, I feel like I've heard some people have issues with it. I don't really know what they are. I haven't really read up on that, but I just like that they were tackling those things in a way that, I think kids could understand, adults could appreciate, and it just makes you think about life and what you're doing and why you're doing it and who you are and how'd you get that way. And, it's not like it's all scientifically accurate, but they're usually pretty good about trying to put as much real world stuff into their things like they did with Inside Out and the brain and memory and stuff. So, there's probably some, I should probably read up on it, but yeah, I just enjoyed that movie, and there were lots of interesting things that they were tackling. I am recording this June 27th. The movie Elementals, I think just came out, and I have not seen it yet, and I really want to see it. I want to see what they do with that stuff. It seems like it could be sort of your standard Romeo and Juliet story, but obviously with various elements or things like that, fire and water and soil and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see what they do, and I'm just a child at heart. Hello, goodbye. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. This is the dictionary. My name is Spencer. How are you doing today? Today. If you couldn't tell, I'm making a little funny joke. It's a hilarious little joke because this is the echo episode. Almost all of these words have echo at the beginning, and so I'm gonna probably make some echoes throughout this episode because that's what I do. I make echoes. All right, the first word in this episode is not an echo word. It is echiuroid. 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 Noun from circa 1889. Any of a phylum of marine worms of uncertain taxonomic affinities that have a sensitive but non-retractable proboscis above the mouth. Okay, the phylum name is how do you say this word? Echiura? Echiura. And then there's another word, Echiuroidea. That's before that it says SYN. I don't remember what that means. It's not a synonym. It's some sort of taxonomic thing. So they're worms, and I would love to post a picture of one of these echiuroids on social media. Some people might get grossed out about that. Sorry, that's just how the world goes. Uncertain taxonomic affinities. I'm not sure what that means. Affinities, things, they have an affinity for wine, but people are not really sure how to categorize that in the taxonomic system. They have a proboscis above their mouth. Can't wait to see what that creepy thing looks like. Maybe I'll just do a quick little Google image search because I can. So it's non-retractable, but it is sensitive. So, they can feel a lot of stuff with it. Oh my God, what have I found? These look like sweet potatoes. Is that what these are? I think echiuroid. Yeah, they look like sweet potatoes from what I could tell. Let's do some actual digging later. Interesting. So the etymology says this is from the Greek word echis, which means viper, which we saw in the previous episode, plus ura, O-U-R-A, which means tail. So it's the tail of a viper. I mean, it sort of looks like the end of a snake, but way more bulbousy than that. That's an interesting one. I forgot to mention, today I'm recording this on June 28th. It is currently 7:14 a.m. I'm in my work office. Oh, and I haven't done another TikTok video. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Okay, well, I think I'm going to have to do some sort of echo sound effect because that makes the most sense for this episode. I'll go, hello, hello, hello. The next word is the word echo. First form, noun from the 14th century. The plural echoes can be spelled with or without an E before the S. 1A, the repetition of a sound caused by a reflection of sound waves. I think you know what that means. I know you, and I think you know what that means. But if you don't, it basically means sound travels from one place, it goes through waves, and then when it hits a surface, some sort of surface, it's going to bounce back if it's loud enough, or usually if it's loud enough, or if the conditions are correct, lots of factors. We should put a link in the show notes for echo and why these happen and how these happen and all that sort of stuff. So it bounces back, and if it bounces back to you, you hear your own sound back. That's an echo. I remember being at a fireworks. It was the 4th of July. There were fireworks going on, and I was in an area that had these kind of like cliffs nearby. Cliffs, but there were also buildings. Maybe it was the building that I'm thinking of, and the firework would go off, and then we'd hear the sound, and then it would bounce off the building that was way behind us, and then it would come back. So you'd hear this echo of the firework after the fact. They're a fascinating thing. It's a very basic physical thing that happens in physics and sound, waves, particles, all that stuff. But it's pretty cool when it happens. Trying to think if I have any other personal experiences of echoes. I also just in general, it's not like echo exactly, because an echo I think gives the idea of the sound is done and then it comes back to you shortly afterwards. But there's also just the idea of a room that's very live, and so it's very reflective. And I don't know if you could call those echoes, but you hear a sound that just sort of travels a while. If you clap, you might just hear it go, and it's a version of an echo. I don't know if you can call that an echo, like in a cathedral or something. If you clap, make a sound. I just love those weird reflecty sound things that happen. Okay, 1B, the sound due to such a reflection. So the reflecting of the sound is an echo, but then the sound itself is an echo. Echo, echo. 2A, a repetition or imitation of another, and the synonym is reflection. So we are not necessarily talking about sound here, but maybe a person is echoing somebody else and maybe what they say or what they do. Maybe it's one of those actor exercises where they have to mimic somebody like in a mirror. That would be an echo. 2B, the synonyms are repercussion and result. So the repercussions of your actions are an echo. The result of something, some sort of action, that can also be called an echo. 2C, the synonyms are trace and vestige. So the trace amounts, what's left over, that would be the trace, the vestige. It's an echo of a thing. Oh, this group of people used to live on this land, and then they left, but there are still traces of them living there. That would be the echo of those indigenous people, or something like that. 2D, the synonym is response. So if you are responding to me in an email, you can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. That I guess would be an echo. Can't think of a better example. 3, one who closely imitates or repeats another's words, ideas, or acts. That could be a whole range of things. They could be imitating for their own sake. I'm going to imitate you because I think what you're doing is great, and I think I can do it better, or I want the same attention on me, or it's just could be whatever. I personally, when I hear something interesting, I like to echo it. I like to copy it, mimic it back. I try not to because I think that people might be a little bothered by that, but in my head, I sure do. And so there's no reason really behind it, but that is also an echo of a thing, words, ideas, acts. It's not really what I do, but I am also echoing the words that are here in this book. I am repeating them out to you so you can hear it. If you don't want to read the book, or if you can't physically read the book for whatever reason, then you get to hear me echo it to you. Number 4, a soft repetition of a musical phrase. Da da li doo doo, da da li doo doo. It's a little musical echo. 5A, the repetition of a received radio signal due especially to reflection of part of the wave from an ionized layer of the atmosphere. And I don't know nothing about radio signals really, so the repetition of a received. So is this where, like, literally the radio signal reflects off of a part of a layer of the atmosphere? But then what gets that? I don't know. I'm confused by this one. Maybe I need to do a little digging on this radio signal echo thing. I don't know if I have experienced that at all. 5B1, the reflection of transmitted radar signals by an object. So I would think that this is, when they're using radar to see if a thing is out there somewhere in the world, when they get the signal back of like, oh, there's a giant monster coming at us at 1 mile per hour, I guess that would be an echo. And then 5B2, This is the visual indication of this reflection on a radar scope. We've seen this in movies so many times. The little green circle screen, and there's a straight line that's going around. Blip, blip, blip. And then there's little circles or little pictures blipping and blopping all over the place. That's the visual indication of a thing when they're using the radar. It shoots out a radar signal and it bounces back when it hits something. Echoey is an adjective. E-C-H-O-E-Y. Echoey. This room is so echoey. Echoey, echoey, echoey. So this is it's from Middle English echo with no H but two C's. From Middle French echo, which I guess is also Latin. From the Greek echo, it is akin to the Latin word vagire, V-A-G-I-R-E, which means wall. And then also the Greek eki, which means sound. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Not wall, whale. W-A-I-L. Wagire and echo. I mean, like, letter-wise and phonetically, those don't really make sense to me. Wagire and echo. Maybe there's something. I don't know. I'm missing something here. But wailing in an area, you're making sound, and then it bounces back to you. There's the phrase, they say that, like, ducks have no echo. Their sounds can't echo, but I think that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I might have to look into that. Be like, why? What is this phrase? Why does this phrase exist? I don't understand why a duck sound wouldn't echo. Makes no sense to me. Echo, echo, echo. The second form of echo is a verb from 1596, starting with intransitive. 1. To resound with echoes. Resound with echoes. Now, or is it to resound? Is it like I'm resound? I don't know which way we're supposed to say that word. To resound with echoes or to resound? I feel like there's a difference there. Yep, that's that one. Number 2, to produce an echo. I can't do that here literally, actually, because this room does not echo at all. Transitive 1A, the synonyms are repeat and imitate, as in children echoing their teacher's words. Children are really good at that. They probably mostly haven't developed some sort of critical thinking. Some kids have, but in general, I know I was definitely a kid that would just sort of echo what authority people would say, parents, teachers, whoever. Just like, oh, whatever they say is true, and so I think that is a very common thing, and I think it is up to the adults to teach the children critical thinking. Think for yourself. Don't necessarily just say and believe whatever we say. Think for yourself and get other people's opinions. And I feel like religion is a big part of this. Parents take their kids to some sort of religion thing, and then they just sort of get used to it. And like, oh, this is just what we do, so I'm just going to echo that. And then that's just what I grew up with, so that's what I'm used to. And then I'm going to keep on doing that when I grow up, and maybe I have kids. But yeah, I just really want to stress that people think for themselves and not necessarily do what their parents did just because they did it. What do you want to do? 1B, to restate in support or agreement, as in his successor echoed his opinion. Yep, I support you. I agree with you. I'm going to say that as well. This reminds me of that silly scene in, I think it was American Pie. That's a throwback. There's lacrosse. There was a lacrosse team, and the coach was talking about, giving them inspiration and stuff, and then the assistant coach just sort of echoed certain words. I think one of them was like collaboration or something like that, and I just thought it was funny. He would just echo certain words, and that was all he did.
For you seniors, This marks the culmination of the past 4 years.
Culmination.
Let's see. 1C is where we're at. To be reminiscent of. The synonym is evoke, as in music that echoes an earlier time. Oh, it evokes the feeling of when we were young and happy. We are so reminiscent and nostalgic of that time. My music, I guess, for that would be, 80s music, but also 50s music, because I listened to a lot of that when I was a kid in the 80s. And yeah, because that's what my dad listened to, so I was just echoing my dad's music. Number 2, to send back by the reflection of sound waves. And the thing that you are sending back is a sound. To send back a sound by the reflection of sound waves. Now, so this is transitive. So is this something that you... who is doing this sending back? Is it the wall, the cliff face, the canyon? I don't know who is doing this echoing. Who is doing all of this echoing? That's it for the verb form. Form. This is now another form of the word echo. This one has a capital E, first form of this one. Noun from 1595. I don't know if I've heard of this one. This is a nymph in Greek mythology who pines away for love of Narcissus until nothing is left of her but her voice. Maybe I have heard of this nymph echo. I can't remember exactly, but I think Narcissus was the one who was looking at himself in the water, the reflection. That's where we get narcissism from, just constantly looking at yourself, and you're the most important thing ever. And so Echo, I guess, was in love with Narcissus and just pined away for so long that her body is gone, but her voice is left over. And, clearly I think that we see where this came from. There was the idea of echoing. Oh, there's that voice that's coming back to me from the Grand Canyon. I don't think they had the Grand Canyon in Greece. But there's this sound coming back. Oh, what is that? Oh, I don't know. Let's make a mythological creature about that. I'll put a link in the show notes for this nymph. Echo. Echo, 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 echo. Echoes don't do that. They don't do that at all. The second form of echo with a capital E is from 1952, and it is a communications code word for the letter E. So what is it? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. And then is it Foxtrot, Gibraltar, Hyacinth. I don't think those are right. What sound am I going to echo? Woo, 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 woo. Echocardiogram is next. Noun from 1967. This is a visual record made by echocardiography, and then also the procedure for producing such a record. And we're going to learn about echocardiography right now, so let's do that. Echocardiography. Noun from 1965. The use of ultrasound to examine the structure and functioning of the heart for abnormalities and disease. Echocardiographer is a noun, and echocardiographic is an adjective. So, when they do this echocardiography, it creates an echocardiogram, the visual record from checking out the heart, and then the procedure, I guess, is also the echocardiogram. We got to perform an echocardiogram by using echocardiography because I am an echocardiographer. Ultrasound is incredibly high-frequency sound, and so they'll put the stuff, the goo, the machine, on the area of the heart, and it will give a visual representation. Now, is it the thing like when you do an ultrasound of a baby? Does it look like that? Or is it more of like a chart thing? I would think it's more of the baby thing, right? That makes sense. And so, scientists, They're so crazy. They figured out how to do this. I don't understand how they did it, but they did it. Yeah, it's a fascinating thing. Echocardiogram. So it's using what process? Ultrasound. I guess the sound waves are able to bounce into your body, and then they bounce back. That's the echo part. They bounce back, and that's the echo word, and that's where they are able to get that signal and put it up on a monitor for you to see in high definition. High definition, high definition, high definition. Next is echo chamber, noun from circa 1937. This is a room with sound reflecting walls used for producing hollow or echoing sound effects. So this is a room, usually when you're recording audio like I am here and stuff like that, you want it to be more dead. You don't want an echo, because if you want an echo, you can create the echo later, at least with our technology today. And so you don't want the sounds to reflect. But back in the day, it was a lot harder to create that echo sound. So I guess they built rooms that had walls that were made specifically to reflect sound, and so you could make sounds in there, and then you would get that really cool reverby echo sound. Now, there is another definition for echo chamber that is not in here that is more about let's see. It's like you're preaching to the choir. You are talking to people who all agree with you. I think I have this right. I can put a link in the show notes maybe to give more detail, but it's like, oh, I'm just in an echo chamber. I'm in my community. We all agree on the same thing. We don't have any new ideas coming in or people to question what we think or say, which is sometimes fine, but sometimes not fine. When you're at a company and you're trying to make something for the masses, you don't want to be in an echo chamber. You want a whole bunch of diverse opinions. So that's another way they use it. Use it, use it, use it. Next is echoic. Echoic. E-C-H-O-I-C. Adjective from circa 1880. Number 1, formed in imitation of some natural sound. And the synonym is a fantastic word, onomatopoeic. Onomatopoeic. Did I say that? No, I think I added a syllable. Onomatopoeic. There we go. O-N-O-M-A-T-O-P-O-E-I-C. Onomatopoeic. So what is this? Formed in imitation of some natural sound. Well, I know an onomatopoeia. No, wait a minute. I think I'm mixing up my words here. What is this? I don't know. Something about imitating sounds. Number 2, of or relating to an echo. This thing, it relates to an echo, so it's echoic. Echoic, echoic, echoic. Next is echolalia. Echolalia. Noun from circa 1885. The often pathological repetition of what is said by other people as if echoing them. Ooh, this sounds like a clinical thing that you could be designated with echolalia. I can't help repeating what other people are saying, and I think I have this just a little bit in my head. Sometimes, if it sounds interesting, I want to echo them. But no, I don't really have this. It's not a pathological thing. I can stop myself from saying what other people are saying. It's not a problem at all. Nope, it's not a problem. Echolalic. Echolalic. That is an adjective. Yeah. Okay. Whew, 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 whew. Echolocation is next. Echolocation. Noun from circa 1944. A physiological process for locating distant or invisible objects, like prey, by sound waves reflected back to the emitter, like a bat, from the objects. So this is bats, dolphins, Lots of other animals, they use this echolocation, and it's just the idea of sending out a sound wave, usually a high-frequency click or something, and I don't understand how they do this, but humans have learned how to do this. People who do not have eyesight or very low eyesight have learned to create click sounds, and when they hear, because their ears are so much more well developed than the rest of us who can see, the sounds bounce back to them, and they can tell the space that they're in. Maybe if there's a tree over there or some obstacle or something like that. I would love to learn how to do this, and maybe if I go blind, I will. But it's a fascinating thing that I think humans have been able to do this. But bats, dolphins, they've been doing this for a millennia. I don't know, 30 years maybe, something, a long time. And it's just, they send out a sound, it bounces back, they can tell where things are, where their prey is, and then they go grab it. And it's fascinating. Echolocation. They go, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. I'm just going to repeat the last few words. Next is echo sounder. 2 words. Noun from 1927. An instrument for determining the depth of a body of water or of an object below the surface by sound waves. So this is the thing that humans have created to figure out how deep water is. So if you go on a boat, a fishing boat, a sailboat, a lot of them these days, they have these things that'll tell you it is 48 meters deep below us right now. Or they're looking for an object, that too. Oh, okay, we got to make a good echo sound. We're just going to go back to the original one. Hello, hello, hello. The next and last word is echo virus. And yes, it is the last of the echo words. It is a noun from 1955. Any of numerous serotypes of an enterovirus found in the gastrointestinal tract that cause cytopathic changes in cells in tissue culture and are sometimes associated with respiratory ailments and meningitis. Well, that sounds terrible. An example of the species of one of these enteroviruses is human enterovirus B. So the name, interesting. It has nothing to do with echoing whatsoever. I was wondering about that. I thought, is this a virus that echoes something in some way? No. The E stands for enteric. The C is cytopathogenic. The H is human. And the O is orphan. Orphan? Little orphan Annie? I don't understand how the orphan part came into here, but I guess there's some good reason. Let's put a link in the show notes for echovirus. And why do we use the word orphan there? And then, of course, just plus the word virus. All right, let's pick a word of the episode. We had echeuroid, echo, 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 echocardiogram, echocardiography, echo chamber, echoic, echolalia, echolocation, echo sounder, and echovirus. I think the easy one is just echo in general. It's a really interesting concept. There are lots and lots of ways that you can use the word echo, lots of types of echoes. Echocardiography is an amazing, really good, awesome thing for science and medicine. I'm really good with the words, ain't I? And let's see, echo chamber, that's an interesting one to go. I want to go into both versions. I want to go into an echo chamber where everything is echoey and reverby, but I also want to go into one of those other things where it's all the sound is deadened, one of those float tanks, and you float there, and the sensory deprivation tanks, or one of those rooms that are like the quietest rooms ever. I really, really want to do that. If anybody wants to pay me to do that, I will go. Let's see. Anything else? Not so sure. I mean, There's also the nymph, the Greek nymph echo, which is a fascinating thing that they created. Let's see. I don't know. Let's just pick echo. That's a simple one. This is a song about echoing, echoing, echoing. There's lots of echoes in this song, 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 song. It's really dumb song, but I'm singing it anyway, way. That's the end of the song, 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 song. All right. That's it for the words, and I will quickly mention another movie I saw. I got words on the brain. I just can't help it. The next movie I saw was the movie Weird, the Al Yankovic movie. The Al Yankovic Story, I think is what it's called. This was the second time I watched it. I watched it on the plane coming back from a work trip. And, it's just such a fantastic and silly movie. And if you have not watched it, I really highly recommend it. You don't have to be a fan of Weird Al. You don't have to know him or his music or anything. Just go into it to enjoy a silly, fun movie. And that's all there is to it. Do that, please and thank you. You'll have a great time. I highly recommend it. Okay, that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. My name is Spencer, and I might sound a little bit different than the previous episode. Let's see, let's do the thing. Today is June 29th, 6:59 a.m. here in my work office, and we just added a whole bunch of foam to the corners and stuff, more than I had before, so this room might sound a little bit different. I guess I'll check that out later. I think it sounds different. It sounds different. It does. I think it does. Okay, there's no echoes in this room. That's a throwback to the previous episode. All right, the first word in this episode is ect. And there is there's a line, a horizontal line below the K in the pronunciation thing. The word is spelled E-C-H-T. The pronunciation says E-K-T with a horizontal line. So how do you say that differently? I gotta go check the pronunciation thing. I don't really want to do that, but it's pretty much just like ect. Yeah, it probably has a little bit of a ch sound in there. Ect. It is an adjective from 1916, and the synonyms are true and genuine, as in an echt New Yorker. It's hard for me to say that. A true, genuine New Yorker who talks like this. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a true, genuine New Yorker. I'm an echt New Yorker. This is from the German word echt and also the Yiddish word echt, spelled E-K-H-T, a K instead of a C. It's just a Yiddish word. There's a lot of Jews in New York, so that's why I think they chose that example. I did not know this word. It's a new word. See if I can remember it. Are you a true, genuine podcaster? I'm an echt podcaster that I only do a little bit here and there, and I don't get paid for it, so that's an echt podcaster. The sound effect will be... The next word is eclair, and you can pronounce this how many ways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ways, and I think the only difference... the differences are you can either emphasize the first syllable or the second syllable, and then you can pronounce the first vowel different ways. Eclair, éclair, éclair, eclair, or eclair, éclair, éclair. Yeah, you get it. It is spelled E-C-L-A-I-R, and there is an accent on the E, which goes boop. Noun from 1861. Oh, this is going to make me hungry. A usually chocolate-frosted oblong pastry filled with whipped cream or custard. I know some people don't really care for pastries that have cream or custard in the middle, but I love it. The sugarier, the betterier. The etymology is interesting, although people who speak French won't be surprised by this. It is a French word, and it literally means lightning. I heard some lightning in the middle of the night last night because we got some rain here in the Chicago area, which was good because we're also dealing with this crazy, stupid air quality thing right now. Should I check the air quality currently at this moment in time? I learned about this new site, airnow.gov. Oh, look, it's 199, right on the border of red and purple. Thanks, Canada. I want an eclair, please and thank you. I wish I had looked ahead and been able to get an eclair, but I don't think I have access to any vegan eclairs very easily right now at, whatever time it was when I left the house, 6:30 a.m., or just in general. I could have picked one up yesterday, but where? I don't know where to find one. Please send me some vegan eclairs. Yeah. Whip, 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 whip. The next word is éclaircissement. Éclaircissement. Now, wait a minute. There is not a single syllable that says it is emphasized. So you're supposed to say every single one of these syllables the same way. Éclaircissement. Eclaircissement. And there is an accent, same accent on the E. They both start with the same way, so I'm guessing this has something to do with lightning. Noun. From 1667, a clearing up of something obscure. And the synonym is enlightenment. So when you are... you got a spark of lightning in your brain. You have something, you have been, you have a spark of what? Of, oh my God, something was obscure and now I understand it completely. I have been enlightened. I understand the meaning of life. I now have an éclaircissement. Interesting word. I wonder how this gets used. Have we really taken this very long French word into English? When have people used this? Back to the previous word, I think I need to put a link in the show notes for eclair, just so you can go learn about eclairs, the history of them, why and how they were invented, where to get some, all that. Eclampsia is next. Eclampsia. Eclampsia. I think some people put an SH in there, maybe. Eclampsia? Maybe not. I don't know. Noun from circa 1860. A convulsive state is eclampsia, but especially an attack of convulsions during pregnancy or parturition. Eclamptic is an adjective. I have heard people who are pregnant say that they have pre-eclampsia, and so I guess that means, like, you need to make some changes, like maybe go on bed rest, otherwise you are going to be in full eclampsia, and you could have some convulsions, and that's not good for you or the baby or anybody who knows you because they're going to be worried for you. I could have this wrong, but I'm sort of guessing that's what it is. The whole bed rest thing, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but yeah, preeclampsia, you don't want to get to full eclampsia. Not at all. You don't want this attack of convulsions when you're pregnant. No. This is from the Greek eklampsis, which means sudden flashing. I think there's a connection to the French word lightning. Yes, it's all related. Also from the Greek word eklampin, which means to shine forth, which is from x, which means out, plus lamping, which means to shine. So shine out, shine forth. And then that turned into another form of the word eclampsis, which means sudden flashing. So it's like there's sudden flashing, I don't know, in the brain, in your nerves, something like that. That's where the convulsions, that's how we get to that. Eclamptic is an adjective. I don't know if I said that one or not. Yeah, I think this deserves another link in the show notes, eclampsia, because it is a big deal, and you want to avoid this at all costs. And maybe the link will explain, like, why this happens if scientists in medicine know. How do you get to that point? What can you do to avoid it? Those are important things to know. This word is éclat. Yeah, you can emphasize either syllable, éclat or éclat. E-C-L-A-T. It's another French word, and we have the same accent on the E. Noun from 1672. 1. Ostentatious display, and the synonym is publicity. So if you are trying to be all public with your display, going out, maybe like a flash mob is an ostentatious display called an éclat. Hey, 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 look at me, I'm outside in... I don't know where I was going with that. I'm outside dancing and singing for everybody to see. It's an ostentatious display. Number 2 is dazzling effect, and that's effect with an E. Dazzling effect, and the synonym is brilliance. I see a connection there. Yeah, an ostentatious display. Maybe it has a dazzling effect on the people. They're seeing how brilliant you are. This might be more of a like sparkly brilliance, which is dazzling. It doesn't really explain. Is it brilliant or is it brilliant? Which way? Is it sparkly or smart? 3A. Brilliant or conspicuous success. How do you use these in context exactly? Brilliant or conspicuous success. So that success, it's not inconspicuous. This is success that everybody knows about, everybody sees. It's an ostentatious, brilliant display with dazzling effect. And then 3B, the synonyms are praise and applause. Oh, what an interesting thing. Everybody wants praise and applause. I think about this all the time. I struggle with this, and I won't go into it deeply, but yes, it feels good to get praise and applause. Oh, you did such a good job. But at the same time, I think personally at least, and I think a lot of people feel this, the introvert in me, the humble person of me is like, no, don't do that. Don't praise, don't applause. So, I think a lot of people struggle with this idea of wanting to do a thing and wanting praise, but then also like, don't give me attention. I don't like that. But I like it, but I don't like it. This is a really interesting concept. And then, that's what this whole word is about. Éclat. Displaying publicly, dazzling, brilliant, conspicuous success. I'm just rereading the words. It's a French word, and it means splinter or burst or just the word itself, éclat. I don't know how that is, like éclat means éclat. That seems odd. Why would you put the word in the word? Whatever. But burst, I think, makes sense. I could see a connection there, but splinter, that one's kind of interesting. Ooh, I mean, there's lots of ways splinter is used, but the first one I thought of was, ooh, I got a splinter. It's very conspicuous in my finger. A splinter in my finger. All right, next word. That's an eclectic sound effect, don't you think? The next word is eclectic. Eclectic or eclectic. First form, adjective from 1683. Number 1. Selecting what appears to be best in various doctrines, methods, or styles. So I would love some context here. How do you use this in a sentence? I know the word eclectic, but this one seems a little bit different than what I'm used to. Selecting what appears to be best in various doctrines, methods, or styles. That's a thinker. Number 2, composed of elements drawn from various sources. Also the synonym heterogeneous. Hetero means like different, not the same. And so this is things that are all different coming together, and it's something's composed by all these things that are different. So like, but that could be used in so many ways. Are you talking about a person who's eclectic? I think that's one of the first things that I think of, at least. A person could be eclectic, so maybe they got a lot of interests in a lot of areas. I would definitely call myself eclectic in that way. I have interests in tons of different things. Various sources, things drawn from various sources, but what else can be eclectic? I know. Let's do a Google search. What is... This is the dumbest search because it's so vague. Just what is eclectic? And of course, there's the definition that's going to come up. But there's eclecticism. Ooh, are we going to see that soon? Yes, that is actually one of the next words coming up. But let's see. Oh yeah, that was too vague of a Google search. So yeah, eclectic. You think about that. You ponder eclectic. And what is composed of elements drawn from various sources. And if you come up with some good examples, email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Eclectically is an adverb. This is from the Greek word eklektikos, which is from eklegein, which means to select, which is from ex, which means out, plus legein, which means to gather. So you're gathering a bunch of things, putting them all together, and showing them to the world, putting them out into the world. There's more at the word legend. So legend seems like it came from this Greek word legene, or legene, so gathering. So the legend of a map maybe is gathering all of this stuff, the important things. Yeah, that makes sense. Now let's see what this next word is, because I feel like there's more to the word eclectic than what it's showing here. The second form of eclectic is a noun from 1817. This is one who uses an eclectic method or approach. So maybe what would that be? Could a scientist use an eclectic method, gathering information from lots of different sources? Possibly they would be called an eclectic. But I am struggling to come up with anything else. Yeah, I mean, just the way that I think of the word eclectic, I think the way that most people think of it is an eclectic person. And boy, this word sounds weird now. Somebody who's something or some person who's just sort of odd and interesting, and yeah, there's just a lot going on, I guess. Yeah, that's where this word comes from. It's just something from a lot of different things coming together. Like this sound effect. Eclecticism is next. Noun from 1798. This is the theory or practice of an eclectic method, which is entirely very vague. But what I did see in my Google search here is that there is eclecticism is also an architectural style. Eclecticism is a conceptual approach that does not hold rigidly to a single paradigm or set of assumptions, but instead draws upon multiple theories, styles, or ideas to gain complementary insights into a subject or applies different theories in particular cases. Maybe we need to post a picture, at least one picture on social media of, I don't know, eclectic architecture? Something like that. The next word is eclipse, the first form of eclipse, noun from the 13th century. 1A, you know what, and I'm going to do a quick search. When I know that there is a big eclipse coming next year, 2024, in the States here, but is there anything else before that? When is the next... I'm using one hand to type this because I'm holding the microphone with the other one. When is the next eclipse in the USA? Yep, April 8th, 2024. There's a solar eclipse, a total solar eclipse. I have some family, actually, who's traveling to, the South Midwest area. I don't know if they're going to Texas or somewhere. But yeah, I'm tempted to tag along. Let's just check the next eclipse in the world. I guess it's the same one. The next solar eclipse in the United States won't be until August of 2044. 44. Actually, now NASA here, so we're digging into some things. We got another eclipse, October 14th, 2023. Let's see. Yeah, October 14th, 2023. What's this one? It's a solar eclipse. It's going to go across North America, Central America, South America. It will be visible for millions of people in the Western Hemisphere. Maybe NASA isn't going to tell us when the other ones are in the world, but yeah, there is going to be, it's called an annular solar eclipse, so it's not going to be total. It's going to be, I am assuming it's a partial solar eclipse visible in the 48 contiguous states plus Alaska, probably some other, and obviously other places too. Okay. Good. Put that on your calendar. October 14th, 2023. It's not far from now, because this is airing in either August or September. Okay. We got to talk about eclipse. 1A, the total or partial obscuring of one celestial body by another. One of them, these big old spheres out in space, one of them is blocking another from a third's point of view. 1B, the passing into the shadow of a celestial body, and it says compare to the synonyms occultation and transit. And number 2, a falling into obscurity or decline, also the state of being eclipsed, as in his reputation has fallen into eclipse. And I apologize, I should have actually skipped number 2, not skipped it, just held off, because there is a picture, there is a diagram of the 1A definition for eclipse, which again was the total or partial obscuring of one celestial body by another. So let's describe this. There's a couple different forms. There's solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, and I always mix them up. Okay, so this picture is an image of a solar eclipse. So that is what's coming up in October 2023 and April 2024. And this is okay, we got some circles, we got some lines, we got some letters. So on the far left side, this picture, by the way, is very much not to scale. So on the far left side, we have the Earth. The left half of the Earth is in shadow, and on the far right of the diagram is the sun. So the right half of the eclipse is in the sun area. Okay, so what happens is the moon, the little tiny moon, gets all up in the way between the Earth and the sun. And because of, I guess, it's happenstance, the moon, when it crosses in front of the sun, based on its size with the sun and how far away they are, it ends up looking like it's about the same size. So when the moon gets in the way of the sun, it completely blocks it, completely blocks the sun. And so what is left is that now the sun is creating the moon's shadow onto the Earth. And so that's the area. I don't remember what they call it, but so in April of 2024, there's a big old line across the United States that is going to be in this full shadow. And then, of course, when you go up, like when I get to Chicago, we're going to see a bit of it. We're going to be on sort of the edge of the shadow, but further south of me is where the full shadow portion is going to be. So the E is Earth. On the far right, we got S, which is the sun. In the middle, sort of pretty close to the Earth, we got M, which is the moon. And there is so here, yeah, we're getting some names. So the U, this is the shadow, the full shadow that is being cast by the moon onto the earth is called the umbra, UMBRA. But then there's also, shadows, they don't have a hard edge usually. There's a little bit of like a blurry side to it. And so the sort of blurry area, this is just the easiest way to describe this. It's sort of extra shadow outside of the full shadow. That is called the penumbra, Penumbra. The penumbra. Is it pen? Yeah, I think that's how you say it. And so that's designated with a P. And it's kind of like a cone. I'm not going to describe this fully, but basically there's rays coming from the top part of the sun and rays coming from the bottom part of the sun. And those rays, if you follow them onto the earth, they create the penumbra. But the part where they sort of merge, all the rays merge together, that's the umbra. That's the full shadow part. Otherwise, it's just sort of half shadow. All right, I hope I described that well. I will obviously have to post a picture of eclipses and maybe this diagram or something on social media. And, if I am able to get a picture of the eclipse in October, maybe I'll have to post that one too. But I don't know. It's going to have to be through some sort of special lensing, because here's the big thing. Do not look at the sun when an eclipse is going on. And the reason is because everything is dark, and so your eye has dilated to let in a ton of light. That's just a natural thing most people's eyes do. And the reason you're not supposed to look directly at the sun is because you don't know when the moon is going to pass by the sun and then the light starts to come by. And because your eyes are open, they're dilated, the bright part of the sun, when it comes at you at the end of the eclipse, it can and will burn the crap out of your eyeball, and you could be permanently damaged, and you don't want that to happen. So just don't look at it with your naked eye, especially if it's been going on for a few minutes. Very bad idea. There's a great picture of Trump just staring at the eclipse that was 5 years ago or something. Oh, what a silly goose. Okay, we have one more definition for eclipse. Oh, this is a long episode. Number 3, the state of being in eclipse plumage. And that word is coming up. This word is from the Greek eklepsis, which is from eklepin, which means to omit or fail or suffer eclipse. Also, this word eklepin or eklepin is from ex, which I think means out, plus lepin, Leippein, which means to leave. So leave plus out is omit, leave out. You're leaving something out, you're omitting. There's more at the word loan, Loan. So how can we connect that to eclipse with the sun and the moon and the stuff? Leaving out, omitting. I guess you're just omitting the sunlight in that certain area. I guess that's how we're supposed to think about it. The second form of eclipse is a verb from the 13th century. It looks like it is only transitive. It means to cause an eclipse of. So if you are creating an eclipse, you are eclipsing. We have a few sub-definitions. A, the synonyms are obscure and darken. B, to reduce in importance or repute. Sorry, I'm just going to lower your importance here. I'm going to eclipse you because I am going to take over with all the importance, and you have been eclipsed. You got eclipsed. C, the synonym is surpass, as in her score eclipsed the old record. She just took that record and put it down. She lowered its repute and its importance, and she now has all the importance. Okay, next word. Eclipse Plumage. 2 words, noun from 1906. Comparatively dull plumage that is usually of seasonal occurrence in birds exhibiting a distinct breeding plumage. So I guess this plumage has been eclipsed by the fancier breeding plumage. Oh, that plumage, it's not as important. We don't like it so much because it's dull. It's not that brilliant, colorful breeding plumage. It's just eclipse plumage. You look so dumb. Ecliptic is next. First form, adjective from the 14th century, of or relating to, did I say the elliptic? Oh, no, it is ecliptic. Oh, wait, I'm confusing myself. Okay, the word is ecliptic. It is of or relating to the ecliptic or an eclipse. Okay, well, that ecliptic that is mentioned there is probably the second form because that's a noun. So relating to that thing, ecliptic or an eclipse, is ecliptic. This word is from the Lower Latin ecliptica, ecliptica linea, 2 words, which literally means line of eclipses. Line of eclipses. Okay, so what is an ecliptic? The second form of ecliptic is a noun from the 15th century. The great circle of the celestial sphere that is the apparent path of the sun among the stars or of the earth as seen from the sun. And then also the plane of the earth's orbit extended to meet the celestial sphere. I got to think about this. I got to visualize this in my head. The great circle of the celestial sphere that is the apparent path of the sun among the stars or of the earth as seen from the sun. Oh, do I need to post a picture of this? Oh, I know. I could just type in ecliptic. Ecliptic. And then let's look at some images. Here's some images. So this is now, that's the earth, that's the sun. This is, I'm trying to think of how to describe this. The earth is in the center of this ecliptic, and it goes around the sun, which is to the right in this picture. But then, so the sun is only in one portion of this ecliptic. This, I don't fully understand why this circle is this circle, but it's something. It's because we go around. I don't totally get it. But it's a big old circle, and the in this context at least, the earth is in the center of it. Okay. Let's see. Anything else for ecliptic? I don't think so. Last word. Blap, blap, blah, da, blah, blah, blah. Eclogue or eclogue. 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 Noun from the 15th century. This is a poem in which shepherds converse. That seems very specific. How many poems are there where shepherds are talking to each other about their flocks? Okay, this is a noun. No, I said that part. This is from Middle English eclogue, from the Latin eclogae. Oh, that's the name of a thing. Capital Eclogae. Eclogae. That is the title of Virgil's pastorals. Literally means selections. The plural is ekloga, and it is from the Greek eklogi, which is from eklegin, which means to select. So basically, Virgil selected, I would assume wrote, right? Would Virgil have written these and then selected them? And are they all about shepherds having conversations? Eclogue, interesting. I mean, I guess Virgil just put this selection together And then maybe that turned into, it's just any poem where shepherds are conversing. That's an eclogue. Okay. It's word of the episode time. Word of the episode time, word of the episode time. Hey, hey. We had today eclair, éclaircissement, eclampsia, éclat. No, it's éclat. Eclectic, eclecticism, eclipse, plumage, ecliptic, and eclogue. Oh, I mean, do I pick eclair? Do I pick eclipse? Do I pick eclectic? Or do I pick eclogue? The poem where shepherds are talking shepherds. Let's see. I think I just want to pick eclectic. I think it's just an interesting idea of just a whole bunch of things coming together to make a thing. And yeah. Oh, but I mean, I could get real complicated with the song, but my brain can't come up with anything in the moment. So we're just going to go eclectic. I'm feeling so eclectic. I like all the things that makes me eclectic. Are you eclectic? Do you like words and also other things? Let's be eclectic together. All right, that was fine. Hey, let's bring up the list of movies so we can talk about some movies. Ooh, I got to actually update this because I've seen a couple movies that I haven't put on here. Where are we? Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. This is just a very silly movie. I saw it years ago when it came out and watched it again on the plane. It was way better than I had expected it to be when I first saw it. The filmmakers, Chris and Phil, I like to be on a first name basis with them, even though we've never met and they have no idea who I am. But I really, really love the movies that they make. Directing, producing, all that stuff. And this was one of their earlier ones, and I just love the sense of humor. The visual style is funny. The jokes are very silly. And as an adult who likes cartoons, I really appreciated it. So good job, guys. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Worth a watch if you haven't seen it. All right. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. My name is Spencer, still is, and I am here hosting this podcast, reading the words and the definitions and all the stuff, and I hope you enjoy it. The first word in this episode is eclosion. E-C-L-O-S-I-O-N. Eclosion. Don't think I have heard this word. Noun from circa 1889. This is talking about an insect. This is the act of emerging from the pupal case or hatching from the egg. So this is literally coming out of the egg. When an insect comes out of an egg or some sort of casing at a very, very young age, that is called eclosion. It is from the French éclosion, from éclair, no, how do you say that? Éclore, which means to hatch. That's what it is, hatching. From, let's see, Latin excludere, which means to hatch out, or exclude. That's interesting. Excluding and hatching out are the same word. That's an odd one. Well, maybe my sound effect should be some sort of sound of an insect coming out of its egg. What does that sound like? It'll be just a little insect yawn. Yow. Can't you imagine a cute little insect coming out of its egg in the morning and yawning? The next word is ECM, all caps, abbreviation for one, electronic countermeasure, and countermeasure is one word. 2, European Common Market. I wonder if that's the stocks. European Common Market, all the first letters are capitalized in that one. Ow. Here is the eco prefix, and we're going to see this. This is going to be the prefix for the next, two episodes plus a couple words. Okay, there is no year. Number 1, habitat or environment, as in ecospecies. And that, I think, is going to be in the next episode. Why am I not seeing it at all? That word ecospecies is not in here. Unless there's something else. Is it part of something else? That's odd. Okay, so the ecospecies, the habitat or environment of the species. The species, what's the... I'm trying to think of how do you use that? Ecospecies, habitat or environment. Okay, number 2, ecological or environmental, as in eco-catastrophe. And that word is definitely in the dictionary because it is the next word. But first, we have to talk about the etymology for eco. This is from the Lower Latin prefix oeco, and would you pronounce that as eco or oeco? Oeco? We go there, we go this. I don't know. Okay, that word, that prefix means household, and it is from the Greek prefix oik with a K, O-I-K, or oiko, which is from oikos, which means house, and there's more at the word vicinity. So yes, house, household, the thing where, the place where a thing lives, eco, habitat, environment, all that stuff. Okay, well, what is this word eco-catastrophe? It sounds just lovely. Meow. Eco-catastrophe. Can you pronounce this a couple ways? Let's see, eco-catastrophe. Echo. I guess that's the other way. Eco-catastrophe. Noun from 1969. A major destructive upset in the balance of nature, especially when caused by the action of humans. It's right there. It's right there in the letters in the black and white. Especially when caused by the actions of humans. Humans be doing this. Most of the problems, most of those big old catastrophes we've been seeing for all these decades have been caused because of climate change, which is caused because of humans. And of course, sometimes things are going to happen and it's not part of humans, but it's largely our fault. You're welcome, cute little insects just trying to wake up from a little nap in your egg. Meow. Ecocide. I mean, I know I could talk about eco-catastrophe for a long time, but why? It's just a big old problem. All of the tornadoes and the floods. Okay, no, let's not. Let's go back to ecocide. Sounds great. Oh, hey, it's a noun also from 1969. This is the destruction of large areas of the natural environment, especially as a result of deliberate human action. Ooh, the humans be causing the ecocide. Ecocidal is an adjective. And yes, I am going to have to put a link in the show notes for both eco-catastrophe and ecocide. You know, ecocide, infanticide, fratricide, regicide, suicide, all these words, they're using that side suffix, which, you know, clearly we must have talked about that one, but I don't remember at all what it said. I'm just very curious now to know, what was it, just like the killing of a thing? What does the words say? I'm going back. I'm close. I'm in the CH section. There's a lot of CH words like chicken, snake, and chuff. And we're looking for CIDE. Spencer's got to do this to remind him. So there's a side, yes, a killer or killing, sidle with an L at the end, killing, having power to kill. Yeah, it's all about just the killing, the killer, the murder, all that. Yeah, okay. So yes, this is the killing of the environment of a place, the habitat. The destruction makes me depressed. Please, let's not do this. Let's just chill out on this stuff. Let's be more eco-conscious. I guess you could say it's two words with a hyphen, eco-conscious, Don't know if you would call eco a word here or just a prefix or something. Adjective from 1988. Marked by or showing concern for the environment, as in eco-conscious consumers. I am eco-conscious. Most people I know are eco-conscious, but there's a lot of people out there who are not. Are you one of those people? Would you like to be more eco-conscious? You can do that. Study up, read up, learn up about the stuff. We're going in such a direction, and we've with science, since 1969 or earlier, the scientists have been telling us, wait a minute, we got some problems here, so let's try to backtrack some of this stuff. And it's hard to do when everybody's stuck in their ways. But no, we got to be more eco-conscious. That's why I eat certain foods that are better for the environment. I try to make choices as much as I can. But really, one person can do something, especially when they're talking about it. But it really comes down to the corporations and the companies. Those are the same thing. And the countries to do their part, because they are the ones, they got to be better. Be better, please. How many times have I talked about this stuff? So many times. Just think of the little insect coming out of its egg. Ecofeminism. This is one word. Noun from 1980. A movement or theory that applies feminist principles and ideas to ecological issues. Ecofeminist is a noun or an adjective. And I couldn't give you any examples of what would be considered ecofeminist or about ecofeminism. So I think I'll put a link in the show notes for that one. It's an interesting idea. How do you... So what is this? Is this like ecological issues that somehow also pertain to feminist issues? My brain can't think of anything, but I'll put some information in there in the show notes so you can go learn more about that. Interesting idea. And there's everything is connected. And so when it comes to feminism and eco issues, eco-conscious issues, and race and gender and all of these things, they are all connected and are all part of the same idea, really, which is just love and respect for the planet and the people and the animals and all the stuff, and not ruining that for selfish purposes and greedy purposes. That's pretty much it, right? I think so. Let's be more eco-friendly. Eco-friendly. Adjective from 1989. Not environmentally harmful, as in eco-friendly construction options. What would those be? Maybe the construction materials are recycled or can be more easily recycled. Probably already recycled is more likely the case. Doing things, maybe they're using solar energy or hydro or something like that. Lots of things. When you are eco-conscious, you tend to be more eco-friendly. ECOL, E-C-O-L, abbreviation for ecological or ecology. And ecology is coming up, and I assume ecological is all part of that. But first, we have to talk about a non-eco word. It is E. coli, capital E, period. And the next word is C-O-L-I. E. coli, everybody's heard of this, but what is it? Noun from 1926. This is a long definition. It is an enterobacterium, and the species name, this is where the E comes from, the species name is Escherichia coli, and I don't know if I said that word correctly, E-S-C-H-E-R-I-C-H-I-A, Escherichia or Escherichia, but it might not be a CH sound, it might be Escherichia, and then the second word is coli. So it is this enterobacterium that is used in public health as an indicator of fecal pollution. That's something that is polluted with the poopy particles. And examples of what is polluted with the poopy particles are water or food. You don't want your water or food to be polluted with the poopy particles. And so it's an indicator of fecal pollution, and in medicine and genetics as a research organism, and that occurs in various strains that may live as harmless inhabitants of the human lower intestine or may produce a toxin causing intestinal illness. None of that sounds good. Let's put a link in the show notes for E. coli so you can go learn more about that. But basically, yeah, a big part of that is, I think if there's water that has a lot of those poopy particles in it, it might have some E. coli, and you don't want to get no E. coli. No, you don't. By the way, I will say it is 7:17 a.m., July 3rd. I'm recording this the day before the wonderful Independence Day that everybody loves. Nobody disagrees with it. The animals particularly love the 4th of July because of all the loud bangy sounds. And I'm in my work office, and you might hear a high-pitched beep every minute or so. That is because at my work office, I came in this morning, and there are not one, but two smoke alarms, I think, that have low batteries. Oh, there it goes. The next word is ecology. This is such a big word that I think I could have had a guest on for this one, but I will guide you to the podcast Ologies, which is where Allie Ward interviews ologists who study a particular thing and know a lot about a particular thing. Ecology is a pretty broad word, but this word has come up in specific types of ologies. Like, I think there's like a fire ecology one. But what is ecology? Just the word. It has a few definitions. It is a noun from 1873. 1. A branch of science concerned with the interrelationship of organisms and their environments. So the place a thing lives and the thing itself, what is the relationship like there? How does the environment affect the thing? How does the thing affect the environment? How does that change over time? We all got our own little ecologies, but usually they're talking about, animals and insects and plants and all that stuff. It's a big topic. Number 2, the totality or pattern of relations between organisms and their environment. 3, the synonym is human ecology. So I assume when we get to the H's, that'll be its own whole entry here. Let's do a quick little look. Oh man, I can't wait to get through this whole book. There's just some great words that I want to learn about or talk about. Humorlessness. Okay, human ecology right there. Okay, number 4 for ecology, the synonyms are environment and climate, as in the moral ecology, or the moral environment, or the moral climate. What are we currently thinking about morally right now? What is the moral ecology? Also, an often delicate or intricate system or complex, as in the ecology of language. Yes, language is interesting and fascinating, and it's a system, and it's a very complex system, and it changes and it evolves, because the young kids today are using words that I don't understand, and I feel like a very old man. Ecological, is this word? It goes over to the second line. Ecological, or ecologic, that is an adjective. Ecologically is an adverb, and ecologist, or just ecologist, or ecologist, that is a noun. The etymology doesn't really give us a whole lot. So, clearly there's because it is such a big, broad topic, that is why there are a lot of very specific types of ecology. And so, go if I can find a good sort of ecology episode from the podcast Ologies. I'll put the link in the show notes to the website. Yeah, go do that. Listen to that show. It's the best show ever. And hope to, I actually already have had at least one guest that they have, Sarah McAnulty. She came on for, I believe it was it a C word? She studies like the squids and stuff, and I don't remember the specific word she was on for. But yeah, I'll have her back, and there's a bunch of other people that I want to get on this show. E-commerce. E-commerce. This is another non-eco word. Noun from 1993. Commerce conducted via the internet. And this is how almost all of our commerce happens these days. So much of it is coming through the internet. Yeah. Econ. E-C-O-N. Abbreviation for economics or economics. Economist or economist, that's how you say that word, economist, or economy. Economics, economist, economy. Yeah, we're getting into that world of economics. Now, hopefully, I'm going to try real hard to actually get a guest on that episode. I know somebody who is an economist. Okay, next word. Yeah. Econobox. Yeah, Econobox. E-C-O-N-O-B-O-X. Noun from 1979. It is a small, economical car. An Econobox. It's just the car is like a little box. I have not heard people use this. Oh, I see you got one of them Econoboxes. How does it drive? How many miles per gallon? Is it a hybrid? Is it an electric Econobox? Wonder what cars were called Econoboxes, and do they still use this phrase, this word, or have we just stopped? Maybe it was in 1979, maybe in 1980 they were like, no, we don't like this word. Oh, those, what are they called? Those smart cars, the little two-door, sometimes four-door, tiny little, almost cube-shaped cars. Those would be Econoboxes. Yeah. Econometrics is next. Noun from 1931. The application of statistical methods to the study of economic data and problems. You're putting statistics to figure out, economic data and problems. Econometric is an adjective. Econometrically is an adverb. Econometrician is a noun. And econometrist, that is also a noun. If you are one of these people, do you like to be called econometrician or econometrist? Funny words to say. It is a blend of economics and metric, if you couldn't tell. All right, one more word for this episode. Oh, it feels so good to be awake. Economic or economic. This is the last word in this episode. E-C-O-N-O-M-I-C. Economic. Yeah, adjective. From 1592. Number 1 is archaic. Of or relating to a household or its management. Who's managing the household? Economic. Yep, very archaic. Number 2, this is the second definition for the word economical, which will be the first word in tomorrow's episode. 3a, of or relating to economics, as in economic theories. Theories about economics, those are economic theories. 3b, of, relating to, or based on the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services, as in economic growth. It's just all related to goods and services and consuming them and putting them out into the world, distributing them, creating them. Yeah. 3C, of or relating to an economy, as in a group of economic advisors. They will advise on the economy. I would need them, because I don't know anything. 4. Having practical or industrial significance or uses. Also, affecting material resources. And number 5, the synonym is profitable. Is it profitable? Is it bringing in money? Is it economic? Yeah. There is no official etymology for that one. Where would the etymology be for this whole world of economics? Have we already seen it? Not econometrics. That's a whole different thing. I'm looking in the words in the next episode. I'm trying to scan quickly. Oh, I think it comes from economy. Yeah, we'll get to the etymology when we get to the word economy. All right, I got to pick a word of the episode. So today we had eclosion, ECM, eco-catastrophe, ecocide, eco-conscious, ecofeminism, eco-friendly, ecole, E. coli, ecology, e-commerce, econ, econobox, econometrics, and economic. Oh, I mean, obviously, eco-conscious, eco-catastrophe, ecocide, ecofeminism, eco-friendly, these are all big things to talk about. Ecology is a really big, important topic, but I feel like it's a little bit too broad. Let's see. I don't know. I think I just want to do, let's do eco-conscious. Eco-conscious is the word of the episode because I just feel like it is our duty as good humans to be eco-conscious, because otherwise we're messing up the planet for the innocent living things, the plants and the animals. Those species. Some species will survive. Some species will not if things keep on going the way this is going. But we're also just making it harder on humans in the future. We all are only here for a limited amount of time, but there are future generations. Even if you don't have kids, there are future generations who are going to live here, and we're making it a very, very bad place to live for all of them. And so I just want us to be more eco-conscious when we do things. And, just think about that. Just be aware of it. That's what conscious is. I'm aware of the eco things, the ecology of things. I don't want any eco-catastrophes. I don't want any eco-catastrophes, so I'm being eco-conscious. That's a short little song. Okay, movie time, real quick. Where did I leave off? Let's see. I think I talked about Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, so I'm going to talk about Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. This is the original Spider-Verse animated movie from 2018. This is the second time I saw it. Oh, I hadn't seen it, since it came out. It is so good and fun and silly and multiversy, and I still have not seen the sequel. Hopefully in the next week, my wife and I can go see that one, because I've been looking forward to it for a long time. But yeah, it's a good one. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Everybody is Spider-Man. All right, this is the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. As you can see from the title, I've got a guest. I got another guest. This is a returning guest. This is my cousin Ryan. His previous episode was, I believe, A325, way back in the A's a few years ago. So go back and check that out. Ryan, thank you. Thank you for joining me remotely from partly across the country. How are you doing this afternoon, early evening?
Well, thanks, Spencer. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm doing well. Enjoying some Ithaca sunshine in our very beautiful outpost here in upstate New York.
That is awesome. Again, thank you for doing this. We are going to be talking about some very interesting words today. You've got the words there. let's start with why are you on this episode today? What do you do that makes you such an expert on these words, or at least a couple of these words today?
I am a professional economist. I do research and teach economics at Cornell University. And it looks like about 2/3 of the words we're going to discuss today have an economic root to them.
Yes, definitely. Okay, you primarily do research. What
right.
kind of does that mean? What do you research? For those who
I'm a-
like me who just know nothing about this stuff.
So I'm a macroeconomist, which is a portion of what economists do. And that means I get to focus on what's happening in sort of the broader economy and how the system, all the pieces fit together. So I get to think about booms and busts, recessions, what causes them. And also part of macroeconomics, we think about longer term macroeconomic growth, although that's not something that I focus as much in my research. That's the macro side of economics.
Right. And so the macro, that's the big picture. What would an example of microeconomics be?
So microeconomics would focus more on individual experiences. So classic microeconomic questions include what are the effects of some particular, say, education policy on educational outcomes?
In
Or
a town or a city or something like that?
so it might not be so localized,
Okay.
and these can clearly be very important questions.
Yeah.
It's not about importance, but it's really about the difference between thinking of all of the downstream effects of a policy versus focusing on that policy in isolation. So a microeconomist will ask whether funding Head Start improves educational outcomes for the individuals who get Head Start. A macroeconomist will ask, how does education affect economic outcomes over a decade or longer?
Yeah. So it's definitely the big picture, the overarching. In that example, education is like the big topic, but then Head Start is the smaller, focused, specific thing. So it's the big picture versus the specific is kind of the way that I'm thinking about it. Does that make sense?
I think that's fair. I think some microeconomists might not go along with that because they think they have the big picture and we have
Fair.
some other very peculiar way of looking at the world. But it's still right. Macroeconomists are thinking about system-wide effects,
Okay.
and microeconomists are sort of generally more narrowly focused on a particular policy or interaction. And both fields, by the way, could be very empirical, thinking about what happens in a particular context, a particular program, or they could be very theoretical, thinking about how people interact and what are their incentives, and can get as mathy as you want in this field.
Oh yeah, it's vast, and I'm already feeling like I want you to explain things to me like I'm 5 years old, because that's about the level of my brain can handle. So how did you get into this? What was it that got you interested in this world?
So, as an undergraduate, I was curious about economics, and there was something I really appreciated about it, and there was something I didn't like about it at all. So, what I appreciated about it was that it was a very disciplined way of thinking about questions. So, the principle, I think, of the field of economics is that people respond to incentives. That's not the whole story, and there are lots of factors that influence us that are social or cultural and so on. And economics can think about these, but the really underlying principle is that people respond to incentives, and that turned out for me to be an easier way to think about things than, say, political science or psychology, where the rules of the game, sociology, were just less clear to me, less transparent. So I really appreciated that about economics. On the other hand, as an undergraduate doing economics, I found that I just wasn't writing. And to me, that was an incomplete education. I wanted to be writing complete thoughts. And economics was giving me some cool math and some good ways to think about things, but I just couldn't think. I don't know. It wasn't what I was going for in my undergraduate years. So as an undergraduate, I actually eventually sort of drifted away from economics and became a philosophy major, which also has a lot of clear rules for thinking about questions. But then I decided that someday I wanted to be employed, and at that point, economics was the right way for me to keep moving forward.
And not just teach philosophy to the next generation.
Yeah, I mean I don't know if I have the horsepower to teach philosophy, but I didn't try.
Yeah. So it was the math and the writing that led you on this path. So the writing side of that, is that why you decided to go into the research part of economics?
I'm not sure, although it's true that good economic research does rely on good writing and good communication more generally. So I don't really know if that's the cause, but it certainly fits for me. Um, when I'm writing a paper, I really enjoy thinking about the argument and the clear communication and making the point as simple as it can be and still make the point.
Simplicity is important. Go ahead.
And so elusive, yes.
Also that, yes. Sometimes it's hard. Can you give any examples of specific research topics that you have worked on? And I believe, if I remember correctly, you've published reports, or what are those details? I don't remember.
Yeah, so the currency of the economics field are publications and journals. So I've published several papers now over the course of my career, and that's always exciting when that happens, because that is how we get our research out there and get it recognized and accepted as being high quality and worth thinking about. So I've thought about all kinds of questions, but one I find interesting to talk about that people, I think, can understand is I've thought about how much a central bank like the Federal Reserve of the US should communicate with the public. There was a very big trend, I would say, up until about, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, where central banks were communicating more and more and more. So we used to say very little about what we were doing with the interest rate. The Federal Reserve used to make very few predictions about where the interest rate would go in the future. And they wouldn't explain why they were doing things or their perspective on the economy very much. And starting in the 2000s, the central bank started to explain its thinking. And the various members of the governing body of the central bank started speaking about their own opinions. And we started to get a lot more information. And at some point, the question was, could it be too much? Could it be that we're hearing so many different things from so many different people within the Federal Reserve System that we get overloaded? And that seems like an intuitive idea, but economic models have a hard time capturing the idea of information overload. Generally, information just makes us do better decisions. And so I wrote one of my early research projects was trying to understand this idea of information overload and how you could get it to make sense that the central bank should at some point stop talking. You've said enough.
Right. Where's the fine line of talk some but not too much?
Yeah.
My brain is so full, I don't even know where to go. I think that's the thing about this world of economics, is that it's so vast. It covers so much that if it's not something you're interested in, something that you haven't studied, it's overwhelming, because it's like just everything in relation to, I mean, to put it simply, money, right? I mean, that's kind of the big thing. It's broader than that, obviously, but like that's kind of the central thing, and there's so much to talk about in that world.
Yeah, right. And really, the financial part of economics is a relatively small part. It really does go so much beyond money, and often other fields get a bit angry at economists or frustrated or something, that we are stepping on their toes, moving into their territory. And I don't think that's entirely a wrong criticism. I remember as an undergraduate, one of the things that really struck me was reading a paper about the economics of addiction. And one could think about the internal reasoning process of choosing to enjoy pleasure now with pain that comes later. And it could be rational to become addicted to something. And I don't know if that's one of those papers where, really economists have gone too far, that other fields have more to offer. But I thought that was just an interesting example of kind of how far from money
Yeah.
economists can stray if we're given the opportunity.
Yeah, because if you like change the context of that to a money situation, a financial situation, that's what you're basically doing in that, is that you're saying, okay, well, this is another situation, but what if we changed, the financial side of that situation into, like you said, pain and pleasure. And so, the other version would be get a lot more money now, but you lose something later. But yeah, but it's in terms of addiction. So yeah, that is a really odd and interesting example. It's still technically economics, but again, maybe not everybody would agree with that statement.
Yeah, I think some people would object to that framework for thinking about the question.
Yeah.
I think the economists who wrote it, and I would probably agree with them, that this isn't the whole story, but there are some important things that one learns from writing down this rigorous model of the phenomenon. And then one can say, yeah, here's why it's incomplete. Here's what it captures, and maybe we should proceed, or maybe we should stop there.
Yeah. What I do appreciate about this is that it is, like you said, a big part of it is math, and
Yeah.
it's numbers, and numbers don't lie, and there are formulas, and it's very concrete in that way. But at the same time, depending on the system that you're looking at, you're talking about, you're researching, there's a lot of factors and a lot of things. So, like, are there certain formulas that you use on a regular basis, or are they advanced formulas, simple formulas? Like, what's that world like?
Yeah. So, I think of math as really the structures of formal reasoning that we use to make arguments completely airtight. And it's a way to travel from assumptions to results that is completely transparent and reproducible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I don't know. That's the use of math, is to kind of make clear what are the assumptions and make clear what are the results and how you go from point A to point B.
Yeah.
The math can be really very simple and straightforward, or it can be quite high-end math. Sometimes when you're working with super abstract math to prove an economic idea, you lose track of the idea, and then it's maybe not working for you. To make it very concrete, though, just if I were to teach my undergraduates one math equation that captures very important economics, I would teach them the Fisher equation. The Fisher equation is about the relationship between real interest rates and nominal interest rates. So let me give you 3 sentences to try to explain that. So the real interest rate is the trade-off that I face if I do savings right now between consuming today and consuming in the future. So if I had enough money in my wallet to buy 1 hamburger today, and I put it in the bank account, and in a year it will buy me 1.5 hamburgers, then the real interest rate is 50%.
Okay.
Okay. The nominal interest rate is about the trade-off between dollars today and dollars tomorrow. So if I have $1 and I put it in the bank account and I get $1.50 back tomorrow, then the nominal interest rate would be 50%. What's the difference? But in this trade-off over time, it's about inflation.
Yeah.
So if that dollar is losing value over time, then I may put that dollar away, get $1.50 back tomorrow. But if there's been inflation, say 10% inflation, then it's only worth roughly $1.40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so if I want to figure out what is that trade-off for stuff, I need to know, what do I get in dollars tomorrow? And I need to subtract inflation from it. And so the Fisher equation captures all of that with 3 letters, which is R, the real interest rate, equals I, the nominal interest rate, minus inflation.
The I stands for nominal interest rate?
Yeah.
And what stands for the inflation?
We use the Greek letter pi
Mm-hmm.
for inflation.
Not confusing at all to people who are studying geometry or something.
Yeah, right. Greek letters are great. But yeah,
So
so
R equals I minus pi is
that's the equation.
real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus inflation.
Perfect.
Now I'm an expert. I can go teach your classes.
I think understanding that equation is good for at least a B in my class. So
Perfect.
even if you ignore everything else. So I think we've made great progress.
I'll take it. Well, it's baby steps. You got to start somewhere. So that's a perfect example. Thank you for that. And that is going to lead us right into the words. And we'll just see where this conversation goes. As you may remember, I just do all of this off the top of my head, no preparation. So this will be a fun experiment, just like
All right.
life.
And if I get lost in any equations, feel free to cut it out of the podcast.
Okay.
As the editor.
But it's also helpful to know.
Yeah.
Some people might love it. Some people might not.
Yes.
Okay, the first word in this episode is economical. ECONOMICAL. Do you like to say economical or economical? Do you do the long E?
I think I normally go with the
Yeah, I think that's based on the pronunciation I'm seeing in these other words. That's pretty common. Okay, economical is an adjective from the 15th century. Number 1 is archaic, and it is the number 1 definition for the word economic, which is the last word in the previous episode. I'll remind us again, it's still archaic, and it means of or relating to a household or its management. Mm-hmm. So not how we use this word anymore, but I do also see, if you expand that idea, the household or its management to a state, to a country, to the world systems, it still sort of makes sense. Okay, number 2 for economical is marked by careful, efficient, and prudent use of resources. And the synonym is thrifty, as in an economical shopper. You must be an interesting shopper, consumer of goods, just because of all the stuff that you know. Would you say you're economical?
I would say I am, but my wife would say that I'm not. So the reason is because when she thinks about prices, she thinks only about the money price. And when I think about prices, I think about all of the effort and time going into getting the item. So I might find the more expensive milk economical to purchase because I don't have to spend 45 minutes driving to the Trader Joe's on the other side of town.
Right. Does it make more sense to get the more expensive one that's 5 minutes away or the cheaper one that's a lot further away?
That's right. And so I always think about these things, these time trade-offs with money and stuff like that. That's
and
just
you can't
my
help
style.
it.
I can't help it.
Do you ever literally dig into the math of, well, it's going to cost this much in gas to get there, or is it more just like my time is worth not that much or worth more than to drive that far?
I mostly do the time thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not digging into the literal numbers of it.
Not literal.
Number 3 for economical, operating with little waste or at a saving. That's an interesting sentence. Operating with little waste or at a saving. And the example is an economical car. So this would be a car that's maybe a hybrid car or an electric car. There's very little waste coming from it. And we like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I just got an electric car.
Ooh,
I'm not sure that it's an economical decision because electricity is pretty expensive, at least where we live. But I think it's good for the world.
Yeah, you got to look long term. We are all doing our part. If I had a situation where I could have a hybrid or electric car, I absolutely would. But living in a big building, doesn't make so much sense.
Yeah, because it's hard to plug in.
Yeah, there theoretically might be a place to plug in the garage, but I'm already paying too much for electricity, so yeah.
Yeah.
You probably don't have like solar panels or anything like that to help.
Not yet, but I think if we go, we're also working on an electric heat system to replace the gas. If that happens, then it may become economical to get solar panels.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Well, I hope that is in your future because, we all got to go in that direction, I think.
definitely.
The synonym for this word is sparing. We are sparing some things. Anything else about the word economical, or should we move on to the next one?
Well, just two thoughts. So one is that economical doesn't have all that much to do with economics.
Yeah.
And the second one is, the synonym thrifty. I think in my household growing up, thrifty was the close to the biggest positive personal attribute that was possible. It was a very thrifty environment, and
If you could be thrifty, it was a good thing.
it was a good thing.
Yeah. It could potentially have, depending on who you are, it could have a negative connotation, but not in your
Exactly.
household.
Not in my household, but when I went to college, boy, yes, I was thrifty, bordering on cheapskate in the eyes of the people around me.
Yeah. How do you feel about the word frugal? Frugal, thrifty, cheapskate?
The first two are obviously good things to me. The last one is not, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think in some minds they're all synonyms.
When I was younger, people would say, "Oh, you're cheap," because I just didn't want to spend money on things. Still pretty true, but I would say, "No, I'm frugal. I like to, be careful with my money."
Exactly.
Okay, so I don't think I was doing this when you were on the episode last time because that was a long time ago. But after each word, I like to make a sound effect. I pick this pretty much the same sound effect. I usually just do it with my mouth because it's there all the time. So what's like the first sound effect you can think of? Then we'll make it throughout this episode. It doesn't have to be related to economics or anything, but a simple one could just be cha-ching because that's money related.
That's not bad. I'll take it.
All right. No other
Let's
good
go.
suggestions, but you like that one.
I like that one.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, since you're the guest, why don't you go ahead and make the first sound effect, and then I will move on to the next word.
Cha-ching.
Perfect. I know, it's so stupid. Okay, the next word is economically, adverb from 1786, and this is in an economic or economical manner. Not much else, I think, to say about that.
Fair enough. We can move on.
Cha-ching!
Cha-ching.
Perfect. And you could either do it the whole time or we can just go back and forth.
Okay, we go back and forth. You did that one, even though I interrupted you. I'll do the next
We got a double. We got a double on that.
one. Okay.
Okay, next is economic rent. 2 words, noun from 1889. The return for the use of a factor in excess of the minimum required to bring forth its service. And I think I might need you to explain this to me like I'm 5.
All right. Economic rents. It's a very big concept for us, by the way.
We're ready.
And it really just means, or encompasses, let's say, it encompasses any payment that's sort of above and beyond some notion of the natural payment for that good or service or input. So when companies like Amazon sell us their products for the cost of production, there's no rent. They don't make a profit.
Mm-hmm.
When they use their market power to charge a higher price because it's hard for us to go elsewhere or we don't know where else to get it or whatever the situation is, then they earn a profit, and we typically think of that kind of profit as rent.
What is I guess I'm trying to think of like the etymology of this. Like what I think of rent is you pay something to rent it or whatever, rent your apartment. What's the usage of that word here? Or are you able to give a little bit more information of why we're using the word rent there?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit subtle, but think of a piece of land. The price required to bring forth the service of the land is 0 because the land is just there. It's not going to go away if you don't pay for it. Mm-hmm. And so anything that you pay for the use of that land to some owner is rent because the land was going to provide the service of being land no matter what. And so I think that is really the source of this idea. The ultimate rent is rent on a piece of unimproved property.
Okay. And
yeah.
I think that, when I get to the word rent, because I haven't, read the actual definition, and I'm sure there's a bunch of definitions, that'll probably help me to understand, what does that word actually mean? I've never really thought about the actual definition of rent. So yeah, that helps. So again, the definition is the return for the use of a factor in excess of the minimum required to bring forth its service. So there's the minimum required. You're paying money to Amazon to get that service, but then there's an additional amount on top of that. Yeah. Your example was really helpful.
Good.
The definition here is not helpful in my book. That's why you're here.
Yeah. And we can have rents. We can earn rents as workers, by the way, as well. If I'm willing to do a job for $10, but I, tell my employer I'll do it for 15, and for whatever reason they feel they don't have another option, then those $5, that's a rent for me. I've earned it as a worker because it's the amount above what I would have required to show up.
Yeah. Is this a term that you deal with regularly in your work?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. It seems like it's a pretty base level common thing.
Yeah, and that language sometimes and often appears, although it's not the only kind of language we use for it. A common description of any kind of behavior that's not competitive in an economic sense is rent-seeking behavior. So if firms get together and agree to charge a higher price on a good, and they form a cabal or something like that, then it's not the right word I wanted to use, but anyhow.
That's all right.
To charge a higher price, then that's rent-seeking behavior. If Verizon buys up all of the cell phone companies in the country so that they can charge us a higher price than it costs to provide cell service, that's rent-seeking behavior.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the rent it's just the additional amount that is you're looking for more than you need to. Yep. That was not a good way to describe it, but it kind of worked.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on economic rent?
That's good.
We tapped it out.
Cha-ching.
Perfect. Next is the biggie, economics. This is a noun. It does show in the pronunciation you can say economics if you like. Economics. This is a noun from 1792, at least in English. Let's start with that real quick. 1792. That is technically after the America was independent. I'm doing air quotes. Independent from Britain. I don't know if you know much about the history, but was there not economics before that? What was their government situation like, I wonder?
I mean, I think it's more like a name for the academic field.
Yeah.
But I don't really know much about the history of the word. So certainly there was, economic ideas are appearing before that. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe they didn't
about that history.
Maybe they didn't put a word to it until the late 1700s. Interesting. Okay. A number 1A for economics. This is a social science concerned chiefly with description and analysis of the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. So there's a lot there, but it's a pretty basic idea. I mean, would you agree that that's, I mean, we also have, 1B, 2, and 3, but would you agree that that's a pretty good definition of economics?
I agree. That's a pretty good definition. And I think you can see that almost anything you want to can fit in there.
Yeah.
If you stretch just a little bit.
Yeah. So let's see. We're concerned with chiefly the description and analysis. So you're, there's a lot. So goods and services. We provide services, we provide goods, we take services, we take goods. We are consuming them, distributing them, producing them, and economics is describing those processes, the production, the distribution, the consumption, and analyzing it. You are doing a lot of analyzing. So Is there anything that you would want to add to that you feel like is missing?
Well, I would just point to the loaded word of science,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is definitely an accurate description of what economics wants to be, and methodologically what we're trying to do in most cases. But I think there's a real question whether economics science fits with the social sciences. Maybe all the social sciences face some question about how scientific they are. And economics is trying to be very scientific, but the success of the science, say relative to theoretical physics, is much less. Our ability to make predictions or even positively describe what's currently happening is much less than the natural sciences. And so I think it's interesting to think of economics as a science and to ask whether it is a science or not.
Yeah, because, what we think of as science is the idea of putting something to a test, coming up with a theory, a hypothesis, I should say, being able to test it and reproduce it and have some solid evidence. So yeah, I see what you mean by maybe science is not the right word, but I don't deal with the social sciences at large, so that's a whole sort of wishy-washy world, I guess. But yeah, no, you bring up an interesting point. Yeah. Well, 1B, let's see, this is going to be similar. This is economic theory, principles, and practices, as in sound economics. So that's a different way to use this word, economic theory, principles, or practices. I don't know. Do you have anything to add for that?
Yeah, no, it's sort of like the first definition is the discipline, and the second definition is the use of the discipline, I guess.
Right. It's still called economics.
Still called economics.
Yeah. A similar but different example that I see in this book, kind of in that way of a 1A and a 1B, is like, this is the group of people who live in this area, but it's also the name of their language.
Yeah.
So again, not a one-to-one example, but similar things in a similar world. Number 2 is economic aspect or significance, as in the economics of building a new stadium. So, you're using economics to figure out the economics of building the new stadium. What would some of those things be? What do you have to think about to build a new structure?
Yeah, well, so you should think about the costs of the building, right? The costs of the construction. So that's an obvious thing to think about. You should think about the benefits that it's going to bring over time. And that would be kind of traditional cost-benefit analysis. And then you've got two things that economists are good about thinking about and public policymakers often aren't. So one is how to discount these benefits over time. That is, if that stadium will bring people to the town next year or 10 years from now, do you want to value that economic activity next year or 10 years from now the same? Or do you want to maybe discount that economic activity that's far off in the future by some amount because it's distant from today? And we have a whole bunch of theory to help us think about discounting. And then there's another aspect, which is called the option value. And if you're making a construction project, you have to think about option value. So the question is, if I don't build the stadium, what else could I put there? Perhaps I could build a stadium now, but in 5 years, I discover that pickleball is no longer an international grade sport. And I may not want to build that pickleball stadium because of the option value of building something better that comes along in the future.
Right.
So even if it's a cost-benefit positive project, that is, I expect to make money from building the stadium and inviting pickleball players over, it still may not be the right thing to do because there may be an even more valuable option that I want to keep.
Yeah, pickleball is quite trendy at the moment, but it might not be trendy later. My town is actually dealing with this new stadium thing because we have a football stadium that's old. It's very, very old, and they want to redo it. But so they're talking about, in addition to redoing it, building a whole new stadium, literally, they want to also bring in big concerts to the area, but it's a residential area. And so there's a lot of back and forth about how is it going to, the noise levels and how late can they go? But also how many people is it going to bring? And can they do shuttles and all that stuff? So there's a lot of discussions going on. So, I never really would think to put the word economics in there, but they are clearly discussing the economics of what are the benefits and the problems to that.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
It's really fascinating to see this happen. Okay. Number 3, this is economic conditions. Just the economic conditions are the economics, as in current economics. Ryan, what are the current economics?
The current economics, not a phrase I would ever say, I think, but the current economic conditions are actually remarkably good in the United States.
I should say real quick, we are recording this on August 9th, 5:13 Central Time. So the 2023, I'll add that in as well. So yes, what's going on?
So what do we see? We see a situation in which the labor market, so people's ability to find jobs and keep jobs, is as strong as it's ever been, really in the history, the post-war history of the United States. We see a situation in which growth is actually happening at a pretty good pace. So the amount of stuff that people can make in those jobs is actually growing fairly well. We see inflation coming down from very high levels in the last year, and it's still a bit above the ideal maybe, but it's much, much better. And really, while of course there are always pockets of the economy that suffer and individuals who aren't having the best year or the best moment in their economic life, it's rare to see this many things going right without any obvious things going wrong in a big way. So it's a Goldilocks period. It might last just 2 more weeks, or it might last a few more years, but it's nice.
It's been really interesting to see. I mean, I don't follow this like you do, obviously, but I listen to a couple of news podcasts in the morning, and sometimes the economy, the inflation, the interest rates are things that they talk about. And so I have just the smallest level of knowledge of watching this sort of happen over these weeks and months. And it's been interesting. Just a few days ago, I heard one where they were talking about, because there was a new report that just came out, right?
There's always a new report. Maybe
Yeah.
the labor market report from last week could be what we're talking about.
Probably that one, yeah, because they were saying that, there was actually a lot more jobs. And I think, if I remember correctly, I'm going to screw up the term, the jobless rate.
Yeah, the unemployment rate.
Unemployment.
Yeah.
Oh my God, why couldn't I come up with that word? Because I'm a dummy. The unemployment rate is like the lowest it's been, kind of like what you were saying. It's the lowest it's been in a really, really long time, which is kind of amazing to think about that.
It is kind of amazing. And from an academic perspective, one of the more interesting puzzles is everything's going so great. Why is everybody so depressed about it? Inflation has something to do with it, because inflation's been high, and of course it still feels like prices are through the roof. I can't afford to buy that milk, and sometimes I will drive at least to one other store to find it. But prices are going up more slowly, and there's just lots of reasons to feel good about where the macroeconomy is in the U.S.
It's the long term. We're seeing gas come down. We're seeing all those things come down. So, it's an interesting world, and I'm glad I'm not the one who's researching it, because we wouldn't get very far. That's why we need people like you. We're obviously going to see more sort of economic related words, but that was the last the last definition for the word economics. Are there any sort of overarching ideas that you definitely want to get across and say here?
Well, what you don't see in that definition was the thing that I was pointing to earlier, was this premise of our social science, if it is a science, that people respond to incentives. So I feel like a definition of economics that doesn't remind you to think about incentives is missing something. Maybe not from a dictionary perspective, but one wants to understand what is economics. People respond to the things that influence what makes them happy in the end, whether that's a financial incentive or a psychological incentive or a cultural incentive.
Right. Yeah. You need a reason to do a thing, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have our jobs if we weren't getting paid for them. That is the incentive. Um, yeah, I guess. Okay, so I do think about money a lot, and this is not necessarily like a conversation for now. Maybe when we get to the word money, you can come back and we can really dig into this. But what if there was no money? If you didn't have to worry about money, those are two different ways to think about the same idea. What would you do? Would you still be studying this? Oh, okay. Let me backtrack. If there was no money, the economics would be a whole different situation than what it is now. So maybe there wouldn't be things to study, or maybe it would be a whole different world. But maybe if you didn't have to worry about it, what would you be doing?
Well, so first of all, I want to just say that there being no money and not having to worry about money, to me, are very different
Totally
statements.
different. Totally different. Yeah.
If we tried to make dollar bills evaporate from the world, I think we would quickly discover that something else steps in to the role of money. So I don't think it's a hard mental experiment for me to do, at least, to imagine a world where there is no thing that works like money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's easier for me to imagine having some lucky break in life such that I didn't have to work for money,
Yeah.
or seashells, or whatever the case may be, Bitcoin.
Right.
I don't know. I would do things differently, but actually, I was just thinking yesterday. I was leaving the store. I think okay. Long story. You ready for a long story? I don't
Bring
know.
it.
I mean, I can keep it. So I went to I broke my arm, as we discussed.
Patreon
before
members
the start.
can see the broken arm.
Yeah, or hand.
Yeah.
I was at the doctor, and the nurse practitioner told me it was my lucky day because the hand surgeon, the hand specialist, was in today. So she told me, it's your lucky day. He's in today, and you should play the lottery or something. So then later, I was at the grocery store that day, walking past the little lottery kiosk, deciding, and I thought to myself, maybe I should play the lottery. She said I should play the lottery. And then I decided, if I won $10,000, it's not going to change anything I do for the next year. Even a bigger amount of money, because we got things set up in a way that we like, and I kind of like my job. It's the greatest job in the world. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would do that much different.
So you did not play the lottery, I take it?
I did not play the lottery. It would be a much better story if I did and won.
No, but it does bring up,
$1 million.
like, it makes me think, with your job and what you do, it's kind of a funny thought to think of Ryan as playing the lottery. It seems like so counterintuitive, but maybe it's not counterintuitive. I don't know. There's just something funny about that, of this economist playing the lottery.
Yeah, I have played the lottery a couple of times, but yeah, I always play the cheap games, the $1 games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, okay, so maybe at a future time, you and I can sort of brainstorm like another research project of what if there was no money. What would that do? Because I've thought about this a lot, and I have some thoughts, but of course I am not educated in this world whatsoever, so I have no background to have. You're the one who could say, this is why you're an idiot. This is why this would never work. But at the same time, I think about the utopian idea of Star Trek, where there is no money and everybody still works and is happy. That's a utopia. Is it possible? That's what I think of. Like, can we get to that point? But maybe that's a conversation for another
Can I
day.
try just one idea out on you? And feel free to cut this later if it's ridiculous. So I want to argue that we actually live like pretty close to the best utopia in a certain economic sense. So if you imagine of the things that really limit our ability to achieve physical objectives on Earth, it's basically energy and some natural resources, which are important. And we could use unlimited energy and unlimited cobalt or something like that. But there are some other things that are really important for our well-being that are close to unlimited, that at least come to us for free. So if energy were free and natural resources were free, I think we could all have as much physical well-being as we could possibly want. And then, there's no need to distribute resources because we can have everything. But at least in the United States, clean air and clean water are free.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It takes some effort to maintain that, but they're basically free. And I just want you to imagine, first of all, going to a world in which energy and cobalt are free because there's so much of them. How much better would you feel than you do today? And then I want you to imagine going to a world where clean water and clean air are as scarce as energy and cobalt is. And imagine how unpleasant that seems.
Yeah. That would be a nightmare.
Yeah, it would be a nightmare. And so when I just think about that continuum, we're awfully lucky to have the unscarce resource, at least again in the United States, of basically clean water and clean air.
Yeah, definitely not what other places in the world can say, especially from a clean water standpoint, and even some places in the U.S. But yeah, those are the things. Those and food are the really, really big things.
Absolutely. Yeah. Food I feel like is easy once you have unlimited energy and resources. But anyhow, sort of like half of the essentials of life, right, are kind of there for the taking in the United States, which is a lot better than it could be.
Yes, we are incredibly lucky to be here and not some other places. I just want all the places to have all the things.
Agreed.
Maybe someday.
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next one. Cha-ching! Speaking of, economize. This is spelled with an S-E at the end because it is the British variation of economize with a Z, which is coming up real soon. But you got to make a sound effect first.
Cha-ching.
There we go. This is you, I think. The next word is economist. This is a noun from 1586. Number 1 is archaic. One who practices economy. And I believe that is going back to... actually, the word economy is coming up. But not... Oh, boy, we got a lot of definitions for that one. We're going to save my explanation for coming up there. Number 2 for economist is a specialist in economics. Have you ever said, I'm a specialist?
I've said I'm a researcher. I don't know if I've ever said a specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, according to the dictionary, you are.
I just, I think that they miss definition 3, which is a attractive and pleasant person that you want to be around.
Obviously. I feel like every definition that talks about a person should say that. Very pleasant.
That's right.
You want to hang out with them all the time. Let's see. Okay, that's it for economist. Also, misting. I don't know where I was going with that one. Cha-ching! Next is economize with a Z. This is a verb from 1816, starting with intransitive, which is to practice economy, or also be frugal, or also, as we know, thrifty. As in, there's no example. But the transitive definition is to use frugally, and the synonym is save. So, to practice economy, to be frugal, and then the transitive is to use frugally, to save. It's a little bit hard for my brain to sort of comprehend the differences between the transitive and the intransitive.
Yep.
Some of them are a little bit vague, but because I think one of them gets used probably a lot more frequently than the other one. So it's like I don't have context for that other version of it.
Yeah, I always economize on something. I economize on time or energy or money.
Yeah,
that's
you are
my usage.
Saving time, saving money. Yeah. Economizer is a noun. Okay, sound effect, please.
Cha-ching.
Here is the word economy. First form, noun from the 15th century. We got a bunch of definitions. Number 1, this is archaic. This is the management of household or private affairs and especially expenses. So this is, what is this? This is a noun. Of course, this relates to our other archaic ones: economical, economic, of relating to household or its management. And then we had the economist, which is one who practices this economy of managing the household affairs and all that stuff. So yeah, it's archaic. But again, it's like we just don't use that word, but we still do these things. We still manage our household and all those things. We just don't use the word economy for it anymore.
Yeah, we had this sort of intervening period of home economics, this seems to be economics from the archaic time.
Yes, I never thought about that. Yeah, I think in junior high we had home economics. You were learning. Well, I feel like the sewing was a big part of that. But of course, like money management and things like that too. But yeah, I wonder, do you have kids? Do you know, is there a similar thing in school these days that they just call something else?
They do have different names for it. But I think it was actually replaced by a class called Farm to Table in my oldest kid's middle school. Yeah, I think it's kind of been spread out too, at least in our schools.
Yeah,
across fields.
Right. If it's money, maybe there's a whole class that's more devoted to money, or sewing, or health, whatever it is. But yeah, home economics. Number 2A, thrifty and efficient use of material resources, and then also frugality in expenditures. Also, an instance or a means of economizing, and the synonym there is saving. Being thrifty. Is there I get frustrated when they don't give like a sentence in context. Like, how do you use this word in context? Can you think of one off the top of your head?
So let's see. It's actually from literature, right? The author makes their point with an economy of words.
Okay, yeah. So it's being thrifty. It's maybe not using so many words to get the point across.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good example. 2B, efficient and concise use of. Actually, let me just backtrack real quick. Your example is good because this book, this dictionary, does try to be, as much as it can, economic with its words, because there's only so much space. They can't put all the information in. They have to choose their words carefully, and so they're not putting any excessive words out there like I'm not so good at. I use a whole lot of extra words when I talk sometimes, but I don't like that. Okay, 2B, efficient and concise use of non-material resources as effort, language, or motion.
I guess I was really talking about 2B then. Language.
Guess, yeah.
Efficient use of language.
But, they're all still under the number 2 umbrella.
Yeah, I see. Material versus non-material.
Yeah. Motion, yes. I like to use economy when I am sitting on the couch eating dinner and not moving because I'm tired. 3A, the arrangement or mode of operation of something, and the synonym is organization. Again, it's like, how do you use that in context?
That one I'm struggling with.
The arrangement or mode of operation of something. How is it organized? The organization of a thing is its economy?
Yeah.
3B, a system, especially of interaction and exchange, as in an economy of information. Interaction and exchange. Okay, so I'm not familiar with this one either. I'm guessing you aren't.
Not precisely this. Yeah, this definition is a little bit different.
Yeah, so it's. Yeah. I mean, we're sort of having an economy of information because I say something, you say something, we're listening and absorbing it. So I'm definitely not familiar with this one. Number 4, the structure or conditions of economic life in a country, area, or period. Also, an economic system. Just the whole economic system.
What I like about this is that this is describing not economics, but macroeconomics.
Mm.
So any
Really?
microeconomist who think that macroeconomics should be smaller, it's in the definition. Whole systems.
The structure or conditions of economic life in a country, area, or period. All of that. Do macro and micro economists have? Is there like a fun little? What's the word I'm looking for? Not battle, but like just you have fun with each other.
A friendly competition.
Yeah. Yeah.
So microeconomists will sometimes say that macroeconomics is a branch of applied microeconomics to make us sound small.
Right. It
Yeah.
does kind of seem to me like it would be the other way around.
And macroeconomists, we might point out that when the media wants to talk to an economist, they often come to us.
Yeah. Because you're not focusing on a tiny little thing. I'm actually just skipping ahead in the book to see, do we have macroeconomics in here? Is that too specific of a thing?
It's got to be in there.
It probably is. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of macro words. But yeah, we got macroeconomics. Oh, that's going to be a fun section. All right, maybe you'll come back for that. I mean, it seems only appropriate. Okay, economy. Let's look at the etymology real quick. Okay, it comes from the Greek oikonomos, which means household manager, which is from oikos, which means house, and nemin, which means to manage. There's more at the words vicinity and nimble. So it's literally, that's where it came from, the person managing the house. So economists are managing the house of the country, for instance.
Yeah, it is an interesting evolution.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Like what it went from just the house to, well, maybe we can apply this to the city, the state, the country, whatever it is.
Yeah. But also, but you capture also this microeconomic side of just how do people make decisions?
Mm-hmm.
Again, responding to incentives. I think I see how you get the macro and the micro out of the root there.
Yes, definitely. Let's see. I think that's it for this word. So, cha-ching! We have the second form of economy. It's much shorter. Adjective from circa 1906. This is designed to save money, as in economy cars. I guess, do we still use that term, economy cars?
We have an economy fare on the airplane.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Economy seats. Designed to save money. You are definitely saving money if you're sitting in economy. And now, they've got like 4 or 5 variations of that. You want premium economy or crappy economy? It's getting a bit extreme. And I've seen pictures of like they're going to come out with planes that have like stacked seating where you're like half standing, and those are going to be even cheaper.
Oh, wow. When you can't sit down, that will be intense.
Yeah, it's good. It's a weird thing. I don't know how I feel about it. They're trying to pack more people in, and of course, people are spending less money on the seats, but they're going to end up making more money because there's more people, more butts in seats.
Or not, apparently.
Yeah, something. It's like a weird half chair thing.
Okay.
It's got like somebody's butt in front of your face. I don't know. Sound effect, please.
Cha-ching.
Next is economy of scale. 3 words from 1944. I'm going to guess this is related to World War II somehow. This is a reduction in the cost of producing something, as a car or a unit of electricity, brought about especially by increased size of production facilities. And this is usually used in plural, so you would say economies of scale, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what is this?
So this is actually another big idea from my undergraduate macroeconomics teaching. The question is basically, if I double the amount of inputs into some production process, so double the size of the factory, say, and double the number of workers, do I get double the amount of cars, or do I get less than double or more than double? And so it's really important for understanding industrial structure, whether you have positive economies of scale, or another word for this would be increasing returns, so that as I double the inputs, I get more than twice out. Or maybe as I double the size of the school, it gets really hard to manage, and suddenly I get less education out of twice as many resources going in.
So that would be a negative economy of scale.
That would be a negative economy of scale, or decreasing returns.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it's as you scale up, you are looking at how that affects the economy of that situation. I'm putting it in like super blunt terms.
Yep. Yep.
And for my own sake, I just want to reread the definition. Maybe other people, now that they have that context from you, it will help a little bit. So this is a reduction in the cost of producing something, like a car, brought about especially by increased size of production facilities. So as you increase the size of the facility, are you reducing costs or something? Yeah, there's a lot of factors.
Yeah, it's not the only maybe origin of this, but the timing here really suggests Henry Ford and literally car production. The understanding of putting things on a production line, you make a lot of it. This manufacturing approach really helped built on economies of scale to make things much more cheaply, so long as you're prepared to make a whole ton of the same thing.
Yep, you gotta know that you got a good product and people are gonna buy it, and then you're gonna do very well.
Yep.
Okay, cha-ching! Here we go. I don't know if this is related to what you do at all, but we have ecophysiology. Before reading the definition, does this sound related?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, ecophysiology, noun from 1962. The science of the interrelationships between the physiology of organisms and their environment. And ecophysiological is an adjective. So it's the, well, this is not economy, obviously. This is what ecology, what's another word that I'm looking for? I'm trying to see if there's a related word nearby. But it's just the ecosystem. That's what it is. The ecosystem of the organisms and their environment.
That's right. We got a whole new route here.
Yeah. We're changing gears.
Just one letter difference.
Yeah. So, that's there's a lot to that. The organisms in their environment. There are so many different types of organisms in so many different types of environment. So it's a really broad topic, and I'm sure that ecophysiologists have to have a focus to what they research.
Must be.
Sound effect. Did you do the last one? I can't remember.
Cha-ching.
Ecosphere. Noun from 1953. The parts of the universe habitable by living organisms, especially the number one definition for the word biosphere. Totally unrelated, but Sharon and I recently watched the movie called Biosphere, which is not the Pauly Shore movie called Biodome. This is Biosphere. It's from the Duplass brothers. Sterling K. Brown is in it, and it's a really interesting, funny, weird movie that I do recommend.
All right, I have to go look into that.
Yeah, it's just two guys in a biosphere living, and some interesting stuff happens. Okay, so the ecosphere, this is just where something can live in an ecosystem, because the biosphere is, let's just say, for simplicity's sake, the sphere around the Earth that has an atmosphere where we can live. Anything beyond that, you can't live in it. It's the ecosphere. I don't even know if we use this term really that much anymore. Biosphere seems maybe more accurate.
Yep.
Cha-ching! Ecosystem. This is a big one. Noun from 1935. This is the complex of a community of organisms and its environment functioning as an ecological unit. So just what the world, the area, and the things that live in that area, all of that all together is the ecosystem.
That's obviously a really big idea. I've
Huge.
enjoyed hearing lately about the gut microbiome, which
Yes.
is like its own ecosystem.
Totally.
And yeah,
We are learning so much about that. It seems like all the time there's new something coming out of that, and how like there's your health is like so determined partially by your microbiome. Maybe part of your mind is in your microbiome, these trillions and trillions of organisms affecting your body and your mind, and it's crazy.
yeah. And amazing that there are so many more cells that aren't you than cells that are you
Right?
in your body. That to me is mind-blowing.
Oh yeah, it's we're going to be learning a lot more about that. Just what's coming out of that research is really fascinating. I hope that word is in this book, because it's a little bit of an older book, but I don't think it's so old. I think microbiome has been around for a while, so I'm going to need to get a microbiome expert on that one. Oh, I can't wait. And by then, we're going to know so much more. It's
I know.
10 years
It won't
down
be
the
next
road.
week when you get to it.
Definitely not. Okay. Sound effect, please.
Cha-ching.
Next is ecoterrorism. Noun from 1987. 1. Sabotage, intended to hinder activities that are considered damaging to the environment. I don't really want to think about that, but there's people who are trying to do that. Okay, so this is an interesting thought. I think about climate change, and while companies, corporations, and countries who are the biggest the biggest factors of making climate change worse, they might not be technically eco-terrorists because they're not necessarily doing it on purpose. But at the same time, the science is there. They're aware of what they're doing. I wonder if we could call them out for eco-terrorism if somebody is doing something so blatantly bad for the climate that they know it. I don't know. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah. Right. I mean, terrorism is such a loaded term at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that would be very controversial.
Yes.
But eco-negligence?
Yeah, maybe.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2 for eco-terrorism is political terrorism intended to damage an enemy's natural environment. I'm trying to think of what's the difference between these. The first one is sabotage, intended to hinder activities that are considered damaging to the environment. I guess all the environment. And the second one is political terrorism, intended to damage an enemy's natural environment. So that's specifically a war situation or something, opposed to somebody or a group just trying to affect the environment in a negative way.
So there was the dam that was destroyed on the lake in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That, I think, was rightfully an instance of eco-terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And specifically that number 2 definition.
Yeah.
Because it's in a situation of war.
Yeah.
And of course, eco-terrorist is a noun or an adjective. Sound effect.
Cha-ching.
Next is ecotone or ecotone, E-C-O-T-O-N-E, noun from 1904. I don't know what this is at all. This is a transition area between two adjacent ecological communities. Ecotonal is an adjective. So, okay. So I guess if you take, I'm trying to think of like a real simple example, like, I don't know, a forest next to a field. Each one of those areas has its own organisms, but there's that line between the two of them, if it's a solid line, that, some of the creatures from the field might wander into the forest, but maybe they don't go so far, or vice versa. So that area, that transition from one to the other, would be the ecotone.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never knew that there was a term specifically for that. This is from the ek prefix. That might be, let's see, let me just do a quick check back. Oh, I might have to go back a little further. EC, is that in here? I would have read it so long ago. No, it's not. It looks Greek. But it's the ek prefix plus the Greek word tonos, which means tension. So maybe there's some tension between the forest creatures and the field creatures. And they have a little battle on the ecotone. I don't know.
I wonder if every beach is an ecotone.
Right. The beach and the water. Yeah, that whole area would definitely be the ecotone. There's a lot of ecotones. The borders of cities, you know? Yeah. All right. Cha-ching! The last word is ecotourism. ECOTOURISM. It is a noun from 1982, the practice of touring natural habitats in a manner meant to minimize ecological impact. So the first thing that I think of is taking a trip to the Galapagos. I would love to take a trip to the Galapagos, but they are very, very strict on what you can do there and not touching the animals and where you can go. And so, I'm sure that there are people who don't follow ecotourism rules, but overall, that is definitely a place where you want to be a good ecotourist, which is a noun. An ecotour. An ecotourist going on an ecotour, doing some ecotourism.
I actually didn't realize that it was defined based on the minimization of impact. I thought it was based on just the desire to see some ecological feature or features.
Yeah,
So,
it's a little confusing in that way, but yeah, you want to be as ecological as possible.
So a big luxury cruise ship going to the glaciers of Antarctica, not ecotourism, I guess. Yeah.
No, but bike riding around Iceland would maybe be ecotourism.
Yeah. I was thinking of paddling a canoe to Antarctica. That could be ecotourism.
Also a very long trip.
Deadly ecotourism.
Yeah. Okay, so we read all the words. Now we have to pick a word of the episode. So I'm going to quickly reread the words, and then you will pick one to be the word of the episode. Okay. I'm not going to make any guesses because my guests have proven me wrong many times. We had economical, economically, economic rent, economics. I go back and forth between the pronunciation e or but it depends on the word, I guess. Economize, economist, economize, economy, economy of scale, ecophysiology, ecosphere, ecosystem, ecoterrorism, ecotone, and ecotourism. What do you like?
I'm going to surprise you, maybe. I'm going to go with ecotone because it's all new to me. It's a new idea and a new word for it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It's because it's new to me as well. I had never realized that there was a specific term for where these areas meet up and what fun things might happen in the ecotone. Do you want to sing a little song about ecotone, which could be as simple as just saying the word?
Thanks for calling. You've reached Ryan. Please leave a message at the ecotone.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Boop. That's perfect. I'll accept it. This was fun. It was educational for me. I learned about the Fisher equation, right? Is that what it's called?
Yep, that's right.
And I hope that the listeners learned something as well. You're a professor, you do research, but is there a place where people can they read your papers? Where are they published, or can they find you in any way if they want to ask you economy questions?
Yeah, well, all my papers and my contact information are available on my website, which is my last name, Chahrur, CHAHROUR.net.
Chahrur.net.
It's all there. It's all free. You can email me. I will answer if I can.
If he feels like it. If you're nice, maybe he'll answer.
If you're nice, I answer. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, I will put that in the show notes so people don't have to remember it or write it down. And any last words before we close this out about anything?
Thanks, Spence. I'm good. I think I have no further thoughts, Your Honor.
This trial is done. I look forward to seeing you in a few months around Christmas time. That's our yearly tradition, the one time a year that we get to see each other, except maybe talking about the dictionary on a virtual remote platform like this.
Two very nice traditions, and my family and kids, they are super thrilled to be getting back to our Christmas tradition.
Yeah.
Our holiday tradition.
Exactly. Looking forward to it. Thank you again. Say hi to the family. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. It's been a while since I recorded. It is 7 a.m. on, what is today? July 10th. I'm in my work office. And, I'll say some pluggy things. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can follow me on social media, Instagram @dictionarypod. Technically, I am still on Twitter, also @dictionarypod. But since the last time I recorded, there has been a major shift in the Twitterverse, which is now moving over to the metaverse. Threads just exploded a few days ago, last week, and at the time of recording, I have not officially created a Threads account, although it seems like it's kind of inevitable that I'm just gonna shift over there. So by the time that you are hearing this, you can probably go to @dictionarypod on Threads. It's very well connected to Instagram because it is a meta company, so maybe you're already following me and you didn't even know that if you're following me on Instagram. So go follow, go check out the posts there. Let's see, there is a Google Voice number in the show notes. You can call it and leave a message. I surely would hope that you do that. Let's see if I can remember it. 917-727-5757. Yeah, I think I did it. If you want to buy merchandise, there is a TeePublic link in the show notes. Please become a patron of the Patreon. As little as $1 a month gets you early episodes. Ooh, I got to start posting those for E. Let's see. There was another thing I was going to say. Oh, obviously, you got to rate and review this show. Write a 5-star review, put it on the Apple Podcasts and all the other places. Follow this show on whatever podcast platform you prefer. And if you are listening to this somewhere and I'm not on the podcast platform you like, let me know. All right, let's get to the words. The first word in this episode is ecotoxicology. Yeah, ecotoxicology, ecotoxicology. Noun from 1977. It is a scientific discipline combining the methods of ecology and toxicology in studying the effects of toxic substances and especially pollutants on the environment. Ecotoxicological is an adjective, and ecotoxicologist, that is a noun. The person who is studying about these toxic substances and pollutants and how they are affecting the environment. And are we ever going to get to a place where this is not happening? This is probably, 1977, I think that we have been putting pollutants and toxic substances into the environment and various specific environments for decades before that. How do you deal with nuclear waste? That's a big one. So yeah, this is a big topic of study, of something that we need to figure out. And don't go throwing your toxic substances into the environments, because then you're going to have an ecotoxicologist come check it out and clean it up. Okay, the sound effect is going to be yay! The next word is ecotype, or just ecotype, ecotype. And let's remind ourselves, the eco prefix, that was so long ago. It means habitat or environment, or also just ecological or environmental. So often when we see eco at the beginning, that's what it means. So ecotype is a noun from 1922. A population of a species that survives as a distinct group through environmental selection and isolation, and that is comparable with a taxonomic subspecies. All right, let's see if we can break this down. So this seems very connected to evolution. Evolution? How do we say that word, evolution? I think that's it. And so let's see. A population of a species that survives as a distinct group through environmental selection. So that's what evolution is. It's selecting traits that are more easily passed on because of the environment. So there's the example of the finches, the birds, based on the population of food that they have on their island, the birds with a better beak to eat that food, those traits are going to be passed down. So I guess the ecotype of a population is the population of that group that just has the better traits for that environment. Those types of traits are better for that eco area. Is that how we want to describe it? I think so. And, then maybe they become a new taxonomic subspecies because evolution is happening. I think I need to post a link in the show notes for this one if you want to learn more about this. Yeah. So maybe there's examples in there. I don't know. Ecotypic. Or just ecotypic, that is an adjective. Yay! The next word is, and I think you would pronounce this ekphrasis or ekphrasis. I think ekphrasis sounds correct. ECPHRASIS. There's no pronunciation guide because it is a variation of ekphrasis with a K instead of a C, and so we will learn how to pronounce that when we get there. Yay! Ecru or acru, that's next. ECRU. Oh, I guess ecotype was the last eco word. So here is the only ECR word. Ecru, noun from 1836. This is just the number 2 definition for the word beige. So it's a color, right? I think I've heard this used in the world of color. It's just a beigey kind of color, ecru or acru. The same word, acru, is also an adjective. But what does this word come from? Where does it come from? Why is this word? Well, it's a French word, écru, which literally means unbleached or raw. From the Old French prefix es, which probably isn't pronounced that way, and that word means completely. And then plus cru, cru, I think that's also still Old French, and that means raw. So completely raw, totally raw, unbleached, that's what we're talking about. It's also from the Latin crudus, which it doesn't say what that means, but maybe that means raw, and there's more at the word raw. So I guess this color just exudes the feeling of raw. Nothing, just blank, I guess. That's what I think of when I think of beige. Woohoo, yay! The next word is, this is the word that I'm using to come up with a sound effect, because when we say yay, we are clearly feeling ecstasy. The first of the ECS words, we got a few of them. This is a noun from the 14th century. Number of definitions and synonym information. Number 1A. A state of being beyond reason and self-control. You are beyond reason and self-control. So if you are in a state of ecstasy, at least in this context, you have no self-control whatsoever. You cannot control your body, your brain, your thoughts, nothing. And there's no reason for what you do. You are beyond reason, and it's just pure ecstasy. Not a state that you can probably be in all the time. It's just temporary times. Temporary ecstasy. 1B, this one is archaic though. The synonym is swoon. Ooh, swoon? How do we use that in context? I don't know. It's archaic. 2. A state of overwhelming emotion, especially rapturous delight. Rapturous delight. That's like the song Rapper's Delight. A hip hop, hip it to the hip of the hip hop hippie. I don't know the rest of the words, but it's one of the oldest rap songs on the planet, and it's classic. Rapturous delight. I think somebody needs to make a version called that now. Can they get the word ecstasy in there? It's got to all be about ecstasy. Rapturous. A state of overwhelming emotion. Now, it doesn't say positive emotion, negative emotion. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling bad, sad, unhappy, mad, happy? Let's say happy more times. Just overwhelming emotions, ecstasy. I mean, I always think of ecstasy as a positive thing, a happy thing, but maybe not necessarily. 3, the synonym is trance, especially a mystic or prophetic trance. In a state of ecstasy and a trance-like state, that might be beyond reason and self-control. That's what I think of. Think of trance, in a trance-like state. And then the fourth one, number 4, this is often capitalized. I feel like we mentioned this at some point. Can't remember when. This is a synthetic amphetamine analog, C11H15NO2, used illicitly for its mood-enhancing and hallucinogenic properties. And it is called also MDMA. And where was it? I think it might have been in the D's when this came up before. So let's see. It's synthetic, so it's made in a lab using all those chemical letters and numbers. Mood enhancing, that's a big one. Making you feel good, maybe if you're feeling down. Hallucinogenic, I have never used this stuff, but I was not aware that it was hallucinogenic. That's not something I've heard people describe, but maybe it is, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe this definition is just old. I will put a link in the show notes for MDMA/ecstasy so you can read more about it. But it does say illicitly, so this is illegal. So I am not condoning the use of this. You got to figure out what's right for you. But especially if you are on the younger side, please don't do this. And if you want to do this, please be older, first of all, and get it from a reputable source and be smart about it. Maybe have somebody there who is experienced to help you. Just be smart when you're using things like this. There were illicitly. Now, I do think, though, that I think they might be using this in clinical situations, maybe to help people with depression and stuff like that. You know, we've seen psilocybin, the mushrooms, ketamine, other things like that do seem to have some benefit mentally. So I think MDMA is one of those things that they're studying. So it might not be illicit forever. Let's talk about the etymology before the synonyms. What do we have here? This is from the Greek this is interesting. The Greek ecstasis or ecstasis, which is from existanai, which looks like the word existence or, some word related to that. So maybe that comes from that. But that word existanai means to derange. Derange. What? That is from ex, which means out, plus histanai, which means to cause to stand. So to cause to stand, and then we add out, and that means to derange. This is fascinating. There is more at the prefix ex and the word stand. Okay, and I suspect that existence or existential might be related to this. Derange. Now, derange, I mean, I think of that, we typically think of that as a negative thing, but, maybe not rearrange literally, but changing a thing, derange, maybe there's a connection there. And, if you are in ecstasy, you're changing your state of mind temporarily. Yeah. Okay. I love learning about the etymology because it just sort of changes my view on just how the word came to be and maybe what it used to mean or all those things. Okay, synonym information. Ecstasy, rapture, and transport mean intense exaltation of mind and feelings. Whoa. Ecstasy and rapture both suggest a state of trance or near immobility produced by an overpowering emotion. So immobility, so you can't move, you're in a trance-like state because of your overpowering emotions. They're overpowering you. And then ecstasy may apply to any strong emotion as joy, fear, rage, or adoration. So yeah, just like we saw in that one overwhelming emotion in the number 2 definition, it could be lots of things, just overwhelming. Yeah, I don't usually hear it used that way. As in the example, religious ecstasy. Again, though, we typically think of ecstasy as a positive thing, so that seems like a positive statement. Happiness, happy, I have religious happiness. But that's not a clear example. Religious ecstasy, what does that mean? What does it mean? Rapture usually implies intense bliss or beatitude. Oh, I don't remember that word. Implies intense bliss or beatitude. Or is it beatitude? As in speechless rapture. So you can't talk because you have such intense bliss. And that's where we see the trance or the immobility. Whoa, I'm in a state of rapture. I can't talk because I got so much bliss in my face. And then the last word, transport, applies to any powerful emotion that lifts one out of oneself and usually provokes vehement expression or frenzied action, as in a transport of rage. Powerful emotion that lifts yourself out and provokes vehement expression or frenzied action. There's a lot of information in there, a lot going on with transport. Yay! Now see, clearly, that's what I think of ecstasy, but it's not necessarily that. It's just this intense emotion, really. Okay, the next word is ecstatic. First form adjective from 1590 of, relating to, or marked by ecstasy. Ecstatically is an adverb, so just related to ecstasy is ecstatic. Yay! I got some ecstaticness. I don't know if that's a word. The second form of ecstatic is a noun from 1659. So what is this? Almost 100 years, 69 years after the first form of ecstatic, we got a whole new form, and it is one that is subject to ecstasies. So somebody maybe who has gone through this trance-like state, rapturous delight, any of those things, they would be called an ecstatic. Maybe somebody who can do this regularly, put themselves into a trance-like state or something related to that. Maybe that's where this word gets used, ecstatic. It's fascinating. 400-ish years ago, more than that, in certain contexts, this word had such a different meaning than what we are used to. Yippee-doo-doo! Yay! The next word is ECT, the first ECT word. They're all caps in this one. It is an abbreviation for electroconvulsive therapy. Is this where they put the electroshock things? No, well, that might be called electroshock therapy, but electroconvulsive therapy, you are going to convulse with the electricity that is put through you or something. I don't know. I'm curious to learn more about that. In the ELE section, there's going to be a huge section that's all about electricity, electro, all that stuff. Yay! ECT again, this is a prefix ect or ecto. Oh, are we going to see... I'm looking. I don't think... Oh, yes. Yes, there will be ectoplasm in the next episode. But first, what does the prefix have to say about this? There is no year. It means outside or external. As in the example, ectoderm. So that's probably your skin, your ectoderm, the dermis, outside of your skin, external to your skin, just outside of something is ect or ecto. It says compared to end, the prefix end, E-N-D, or also the prefix exo, E-X-O. So E-N-D probably means inside, and then exo, I'm not sure about that one. I would also think that that means outside, but maybe not. Maybe not. This is from the Greek prefix ecto, which is from ex, which means out, and there is more at the prefix ex. So what is this ectoderm stuff? Yay! Ectoderm, E-C-T-O-D-E-R-M, noun from 1859. 1. The outer cellular membrane of a diploblastic animal, as a jellyfish. So a jellyfish has an outer cellular membrane called the ectoderm. So it's outside of the rest of their stuff? That's the scientific word, I think. 2a, this is a long one. The outermost of the 3 primary germ layers of an embryo that is the source of various tissues and structures, as the epidermis, the nervous system, and the eyes and ears. So this is the outermost part of these primary germ layers of an embryo that is the source. I don't know. I'm a little confused about this. But it's outside of the epidermis, the nervous system, and the eyes and the ears in an embryo, I guess. 2b, maybe this will help a little bit. It's going to be connected somehow. A tissue as neural tissue derived from this germ layer. So the tissue that comes from this germ layer is also called the ectoderm. And maybe we should put a link in the show notes for ectoderm, this the outermost layer of these 3 primary germ layers. The word germ confuses me because that's not how most of us think of as germ, but you know, it's related somehow to an embryo. Ectodermal is an adjective, and I'm emphasizing the O, ecto, but I think it more appropriately it would be ecta, ectoderm, ectodermal. Yeah, that might be better. Yay! Next is ectomorph. Noun from 1940. If you want to say ectomorph, I think that's fine. This is an ectomorphic individual. They are an ectomorph. Okay, and this is from the ecto, or ecta, is from ectoderm plus morph. And so, what is ectomorphic? Let's learn about that. Yay! Ectomorphic. Adjective from 1940 again. 1. Of or relating to the component in W.H. Sheldon's classification of body types that measures the body's degree of slenderness, angularity, and fragility. Okay, so of or relating to the component. Okay, I have heard of these. There's ectomorph and there's 3 of them, right? Is that what it said? Doesn't say how many there are, but I have heard of these. And it's basically about just like the body's size and shape, right? Now, can you change your type throughout your life, or are you stuck at one the whole time? And how scientific is this? I don't know. We got to put a link in the show notes for this too. So yeah, just relating to that classification is ectomorphic, but we also got number 2, characterized, so this is the more specific one, a person who is this definition that I'm about to read would be an ectomorph, characterized by a lean, slender body build with slight muscular development.
I like your skeletal structure, baby. You're an ectomorph, no doubt.
So yeah, it seems like you can change this over time. If your body will allow you, if you make certain choices, you eat different, you exercise differently, you will maybe go from a lean, slender body with not a lot of muscular development into somebody who is more muscular and not lean and slender. So if you see somebody who is lean and slender and doesn't have a lot of muscles on them, they would be an ectomorph. They would be ectomorphic. So this word, yes, ecto from ectoderm plus morphic, which is from the predominance in such types of structures developed from the ectoderm. But it doesn't explain the morphic part, so I guess we just have to wait till the M's to learn about that one. The predominance in such types of structures developed from the ectoderm. How is the ectoderm connected to your body type if you can change it? I don't know. It's confusing. I haven't studied it. Go look at the links in the show notes, and maybe if you have some really good knowledge about this and you want to explain it to me, you can call the Google Voice, leave a message. I'll listen to it. I'll put it in an episode unless you don't want me to, and or you can email me. And I would like to read it on an episode. Again, if you don't want me to, please tell me. Otherwise, I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. That's the Spencer way. Yay! We made it to the last word. We have such ecstasy. We are ecstatic over this last word. It is a suffix, ectomy, ectomy. I guess it's a noun, a suffix noun. It means surgical removal, as in gastrectomy. So that's removing something related to your gastro system, your digestive system. I'm sure it's something very specific, not sure what. So yes, the surgical removal of a thing, you're going through that process. It's ectomy. You add it on to the end of the word of like a tonsillectomy, removing your tonsils. Digitectomy, does that exist? Removing a finger? I don't know all the different ones. Maybe there's a list. Maybe I should post in the show notes. I'll find a list of all the ectomies. This is from the Greek ektemnein, which means to cut out, from ek or ex, which means out, and then temnein, which means to cut. That's a very literal. To cut, you add on ex, cut out. And there's more at the word tome, T-O-M-E. So yes, have I ever had an ectomy of every kind? I still got my tonsils. I had my wisdom teeth taken out, so maybe that's some sort of ectomy. I think that's it. Yeah, nothing else has been removed to my knowledge. All right, let's reread the words. What did we have today? We had echo. How do you say this word? Echo or ecotoxicology. Ecotype or ecotype. Ekphrasis. Ecru, ecstasy, ecstatic, ecstatic, ECT, ectoderm, ectomorph, ectomorphic, and ectomy. Okay. I mean, I would want first to pick ecstasy, but as we learned, it's not necessarily about feeling great, although, some of it, sometimes it is, usually it is. Now, actually, I'm looking at these definitions. And did anything specifically say just being super duper happy? No, they don't. Not a single one of these. I mean, yeah, not even number 2, which is a state of overwhelming emotion. It does say especially, so the sub-definition especially is rapturous delight. So that's all about the happiness. But none of the main definitions were just about being super duper crazy happy. I find that fascinating because, this word is way more versatile than I realized. It would be funny if I pick ekphrasis because there's no definition. I have no idea what that word means, so I won't pick it, but it would be silly to pick it. It's a funny word. Any of these other ones that are good? I am fascinated by this whole idea and classification of ectomorphs and ectomorphic, but I don't know how scientific it actually is. Okay, let's just pick ecstasy as the word of the episode. And then the song we shall sing is something like this. All my songs start the same way. Let's do something different. Let's just sing ecstasy, ecstasy. It's not always about being happy. Oh man, if I could make a rap about a rapturous delight about ecstasy, but I can't do that. Ecstasy, ecstasy, we're feeling so overwhelmed about our emotions. Ecstasy, ecstasy. Yeah. All right, I think it is time to talk about a movie that I watched, and oh my god, I am so behind. Haven't recorded in a while. Let's see. I don't remember where I left off. I think I talked about Into the Spider-Verse. I think the next one is Insidious. It's funny, I have a whole bunch of movies here in a row that start with I-N. Into the Spider-Verse, Insidious. This is the first one. It was a rewatch because we're getting ready for the fifth one. Still got to watch the fourth one. Fifth one's coming. These are just fun, super creepy movies, if you like that thing. Yeah, it's good stuff. Lynn Shay is fantastic. She's sort of the thread throughout all of these, I think. And looking forward to the fourth and the fifth ones. I've heard that they're probably not as good as the first one, but yeah, they're just a fun, interesting concept. Yeah, let's end it there. Okay. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Woohoo! Goodbye.